He might not be from Krypton, but he's heads above the rest. His knowledge can't be questioned. You can put it to the test. So if you want to hear the truth and have nowhere else to go, I'll give you the solution. Just tune into his show and just kneel before Zod. Kneel before Zod. Kneel before Zod. Kneel before Zod.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Going live for the first time in a bit. This is really not a long stream. This is not going to be a full late night talks thing. Just kind of a breakdown of a couple of things that have been going on personally in my life that I just kind of want to put out there because I haven't done a late night talks in a while, and I've had a lot of personal shit that has happened. And unlike most YouTube people, I'm willing to tell all of the people what has been going on. So, uh, what up, Lemon Pie? Good to see you here. I have had some shitty luck. Me and Bitchy Vehicle had some problems. There's been a couple of other issues, and there's really been for me a kind of trying to figure out what I want to do as far as the channel goes. I kind of had a bit of a crossroads and trying to figure out what exactly you guys would like as far as content goes. I know late night talks are always fun. I enjoy that. I want to keep that at the same. But really, with my channel itself, I'm at this point that some YouTubers get to where I don't know exactly which direction I want to go in, but I want to enjoy what it is I do here. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a bit of a rough time. I missed a couple of weeks with my daughter, so I wanted to spend some time with her. And so tonight I was at a fair with my daughter. And really, the late light crew, we've all been going through some shit. Now, it's not my place to say everything that's going on because that's not stuff that I would put out without other people, but we've all had certain things that are happening in our lives that demand attention. So, I know when you get to this kind of thing where you have a lot of people that you have to talk to, um, being gone for a couple of weeks, and it's been a few weeks, it's people start wondering what's going on with your channel. So I wanted to do more of an update than a late night talks kind of a deal tonight. But the truth is, me and Bitchy have had a rough go of it as far as our vehicle is gone. We purchased a new vehicle, but there's a lot of questions about money concerns. And I'm not one of these YouTubers who's gonna come on here and be like, all of my fans, I need your support and shit like that. No. Um, in the real world, and this is real talk, I want to have a real talk with everyone subscribed to me, whether you see it now or whether you see it on the replay. Real talk. I fucking hate YouTubers who have the audacity to expect more from the people who watch them than just them watching them. Um, you guys helped me out when me and Bitchy were living in a hotel. A lot of people pulled together, and because of the support, and even though I did a video and things like that, I don't think I've ever really fully said how much we appreciate the fact that we have this place is because of everybody who's been out there, who helped us, and who donated to our GoFundMe a while ago. And I appreciate that. And I fucking hate asking. So it requires me to work a lot more in my real world job. And to focus a lot more on my personal kind of stuff. And like I said, tonight's more of a serious talk. So I don't know how many fucking views I'm going to get. I don't know how many people are actually going to show up to this stream, but I appreciate even if it's one fucking person. When I first started this, I started with literally just me and PB and a couple of other people who are in my group watching. And slowly we've had individuals come on here who's all came and interacted with us as a community, and I appreciate that. Uh, but I've come to a point where I've got to figure out what I want this channel to be. I love doing streams. I've loved to do it not for any monetary sake. God knows, not definitely not a monetary sake, but more of a just to do it because I love doing it. And I feel hopefully that people who watch my channel get that when they watch my streams. I've enjoyed doing this, and so has PB and Cyber, a hell of a lot more from just being able to riff back and forth and things like that. But the truth of the matter is that there's a lot of things that I want to do, a lot of experimental things that take time and considerable amount of energy. So I'm going to go about monetizing things slightly differently. I'm currently working on Patreon, and also I do the Cash App thing. So the plug for that is soon I will have my Patreon up. Soon I will have Cash App if you want to help out the channel. All the YouTube bullshit. Um, it's appreciated if so. But the real thing is that I kind of want to do things that I like to do. Currently, right now, I'm working on doing a full series retrospective on Barry, and also doing a couple of different other retrospectives. Um, but to be quite honest, and really growing this late night talks. But to be quite honest, financially it's been difficult. It's been a difficult time. I'm also working on a story, which Books by Jay. Um, Hopefully that's going good with her. But she inspired me to sort of write, so I've been doing a lot of writing too. Um, and when I'm closer to being near that finish line, which who knows when that'll happen, then I will post more information about that. But I wanted to do this as sort of a way to kind of give you guys where I'm at this point, because a lot of this stuff has in my personal life has been uh, hard transitioning into my YouTube life. So I've kind of stepped back for a little bit, but starting next week, I'm going to hit the floor running. I'm going to do a lot more of things. I got some things that I would like to do through the week. And I felt the need tonight, because I know this is like a couple of late night talks that I've missed, but I felt the need tonight to go live and kind of give an update of where I'm at as far as working on my content. And also too, I want to work on a lot of the Profits of Geek Culture stuff. There's some gaming stuff that I want to do on that channel because it kind of doesn't fit what I do here on my channel. This is all boring shit. So hopefully I'm not boring the shit out of people. But I think that you guys kind of deserve to know where I'm at right now and why I've been absent for so long. Not only that, but my daughter is getting older. I've had a lot of demands as far as that goes. And tonight I was spending some time with her as well. The truth is that oh, thank you, Lemon Pie. I appreciate that. The truth is that I want to try to counterbalance things as much as I possibly can. Um, you know, Here's the behind the curtain, okay? And look, I know I've seen three people. Some people dipped out. Some people are still watching. I don't give a fuck. I never have. Thank you if you are watching. But this is the God's honest truth. The reveal behind the curtain. We have fucking lives outside of here. And it is an extremely hard thing balancing work, a kid, YouTube, everything else. It takes a lot to do this stuff to even when we just go live, right? It's a lot of juggling different schedules. It's a lot of working through different people's work schedules and things like that. And, I want to make sure that I'm doing the best possible job that I can do for you guys. But at the end of the day, we all have lives, even on this platform. And it's kind of funny because when you guys come here to my channel, it appears like we can always do this stuff. But this week and these last couple of weeks in particular have been a real shit show for me. It's been really tough. Me and Bitchy have gone through a lot of shit these past couple of weeks trying to figure out a couple of different things. And I know she watches my stuff, so hopefully if she comes across this or she's at work and sees that I'm live and she sees this, I love you. We have had a particularly shit week. We've had to make a lot of sacrifices in our personal life to be able to get a new vehicle because our old vehicle took a shit. And that's the God's honest truth. And, uh, you know, we're proud. We do not like. When I did my first GoFundMe, me and Bitchy talked about this. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. When I did my first GoFundMe, me and Bitchy talked about this for hours and we didn't want to ask people. That's the kind of people that we are. Um, and I've seen 1,000 YouTubers do this shit. And that's what I told her. I do not ever want to be one of those people. I don't want to be one of those people who goes and asks people for shit when you're supposed to be giving encouragement and things like that. So we've been working this out ourselves. And that unfortunately has left me in a place where making my content is getting harder and harder to do because I'm more focused on my job. Even on my days off, I put in 2, 3 extra hours to try to get in money. And that's just the God's honest truth. That's not a cry for help. That's not asking anybody for anything. That's just I'm leveling and being truthful because most YouTubers won't. The thing is, unless you focus 1000% and YouTube is your only monetization, there is, you still have to juggle your personal life with your YouTube life. And quite honestly, my personal life is always going to be number one priority. But I love doing what I do here, and I always have. I don't give a fuck if I have 2 fans or if I have 1,000. I never thought I'd ever reach 1,000, and I've been lucky enough to do that. Now, here's the truth that I've never talked about. There's going to be a lot of shit that I haven't talked about, but that I'm going to be talking about tonight. Um, the fact is that I was monetized, and what happened was my father did something with my monetization. I have no clue what it is, but I'm thinking he used my code. And essentially, the way it was set up is that because of how the codes are, either uh, his channel is monetized or mine. Being the idiot that I was, I let him monetize his channel and it messed with mine. And that's what happened. And I can't prove anything, but I have a feeling as if he somehow fucked with it. I don't know how to this day. I've been trying to work it out with YouTube. But that was a big part of me trying to balance having a job and maybe doing this more than I do now. And after I lost that, it was a huge blow because looking at things realistically, I have to work to make money. And if I'm not getting the compensation I got from here, then I've got to make that up at work. That's just the real world. Like these fucking kids and YouTubers who think, oh my God, I'm just going to come on here and make tons of money and be Logan or Jake Paul. That shit is fucking fictional. The truth of the matter is, is you got to have a job until you build up enough money, and then you can do what you want to do. And I'm not an unrealistic person. So, my dad is going to say, oh, he didn't tamper with my monetization or anything else like that. And to be honest with you, I've been drinking, so I'm going to just fucking let all of this I will make tons of money. Yes. What's up, Rob Rules? By the way, if you guys don't know, go visit Rob Rules. I'm sure everybody who subscribed to me knows him. He's the nicest YouTuber I've ever met in my life, a fellow New Yorker. Rob is a great guy. If you're not subscribed to him, go subscribe to him. He's been one of probably he's a longtime friend. um, he's a great guy, really, truly. He's one of the nicest YouTubers I've ever met, and that's not bullshitting. He is one of the nicest YouTubers I've ever met. But okay, so here's the situation, and I don't give a fuck what my dad has to say. You're welcome, Rob. You've earned it. I don't care what my dad has to say, but the truth of the YouTube thing is, here's what happened. Because I've kept my mouth shut, and I don't give a fuck if he has his spies or he sees this. He knows what he did. But hey, what's up, Elizabeth? How are you? He somehow used my ID to monetize his channel. Since he's monetized his channel, mine got demonetized, and I can't re-monetize my channel. I talked to YouTube and I confirmed this. They said my code is being used for his channel. And he's done a lot of other shit. Now, this other stuff is between us. I would never pull any personal things, okay? I hold no ill will. Everything that has to do with my personal feelings towards him is shit that goes back to childhood, and it has nothing to do with this. But the God's honest truth is, this part of it is just on a professional level. I waited a long time to get my channel monetized, and he knew that. And he betrayed me with this. That's why, if you guys ever wondered, my channel wasn't monetized. Now, the only reason why I didn't say anything until up to this point is out of respect for the personal nature of this. But this goes into why I've been out for so long. So, fuck it. We're just going to be brutally honest tonight. So when this happened, I had two sources of income. I had YouTube and I had my job. My original intention and goal was to solely focus on my channel, eventually fade the job part out and make this a full-time job. I have a sponsorship from MoviePalette.com, but that takes a few months. You don't collect that right away. So, hey, it's good to see you, Elizabeth. How are you doing? But the truth of the matter is that when he did that, I lost a source of income. And this didn't just hurt me, which is why I'm mad. And if you guys have noticed, he's not on my channel. I removed him. I was mad because he not only pissed me off, but he also offended a lot of people in my chat. He said a lot of bullshit, and that's not how I run my channel. In case you guys were wondering. And I'm just laying it all out. This is a brutally honest chat. I don't know how long this is going to go. But this is some things I've been meaning to say. So tonight's late night talk is going to be me just laying it all out for you. However you guys feel, let me know. But the thing is, yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, so it's great to see you on here. But the thing is, I had tried to trust him, and here's the truth. Quite honestly, he had started shit with a lot of people that I work with. So, Mad Squirrel, PB, it was a messy situation. And I don't want to dive too deep into it because I kind of made peace with it, and I don't want him starting shit. He grew his channel, and he did, to his credit, grew his channel off of doing something else. But the type of attention he was attracting, I did not want here. If you guys had noticed, when I did have him on here, there were a lot of people who were coming here that I didn't exactly want on my channel, because this chat has always been a nice, cool chat where people can talk with each other as me and PB are joking or people are saying stuff. What's up, Sean B? This is a serious talk, so strap in. Hopefully, you guys have fun with this. But the reason why I bounced him was because I did not want to have that kind of chat here with you guys. You guys have always been awesome in the chat. And when I had my father on, it was a complete shit show. So I bounced him from my channel. But what I didn't know was, and this is a habitual pattern, despite the bullshit he says on his channel, he has stolen a lot of shit from me. He's gone as far as using my personal identification. And probably he has someone who will see this and tell him, and he'll talk some shit on his channel. I don't give a flying fuck. Um, Honestly, he's done some horrendous shit, and I'm not gonna put the personal shit out here live, but let's just believe me, he's done some horrendous shit. But the worst is that I wanted to be monetized and build something that I could call my own, and he fucking fucked it up. And that's why I'm not monetized, because everyone's asked me. So there's the truth. I believe strongly he took my ID code, he used it on his channel, and now I can't get fucking monetized. I don't know how it works, don't know how to fix it. I've talked to YouTube for months, almost years, and welcome to YouTube. They've done not a goddamn thing. So after I lost that avenue, I said, fuck it. I don't expect people who come on this channel to compensate me for entertaining them. So I went back to work, and I work at this bar, and it's great. I love doing it. I can't give you guys the bar's name because of the fact that would kind of give away the location where I'm at and things like that. But it's a great bar, great people. I do security there. So does Bitchy. Yeah, Bitchy, don't want to mess with her. She's awesome. But over the past couple of weeks, I mean, really over the past month and years, we've been getting kind of straight. We got this new place. Once again, I can't stress enough. I remember the GoFundMe I did, and I remember almost everybody who donated, and I appreciate that. And it's because of you guys that we got into this place, and we took this start and we ran with it. But what comes along with getting your own place and having your vehicle and having a job is a lot of responsibilities. So I haven't been on here because, unfortunately, I've had a bit of road bumps. And there is the love of my life. She called me, so hopefully she's hearing this. I told her I was going to do a stream like this, to be honest with you guys, and tell you the shit that's been going on. So she knows this stream has been coming. But the God's honest truth is that piece of shit who calls himself my father has never helped me out. And me and Bitchy built everything that we have here. We busted our ass. And unfortunately, I have not been on because we have had other obligations and things to worry about. But I want to grow this channel, and I want to one day make this some kind of thing that because it's something I'm good at. It's something that I love to do. Rob knows what I'm talking about. I hear you, Rob. You're on my Facebook page. I know. Rob's had a lot of shit going on too, and I know Rob knows what it's like to have the personal struggle, and having to take care of your family comes first. I love streaming, but Bitchy and my daughter will always come first when it comes to doing what I do. I will always put their needs before my channel. I've always thought people who are shitty and grinding, good for them because they've made it to the mountain, right? And I've gotten 1,000 subs. When I first fucking started this, okay, people, when I started this, you know what celebration I had? When I got 100 subs. When I got 100 subs, it was like, holy shit, I am at the mountain. And I wasn't even near the bottom of the mountain, okay? And now here I am at 1,000. And that's because for some fucking unknown reason, people love listening to me. And I appreciate it. They love me. They love PB. They love Cyber. It's you guys who have made us the way that we are. And late night talks was just a concept of friends talking shit that we were going to record. And here we are. And we are grateful for that. But then life happens. Okay. PB is working more. I'm working more. My daughter is 16. Anyone who's got a kid, you know. Okay. We are in the danger zone times. Okay. It is fucking crazy. I mean, this is an honest talk. And I know some people are going to click off here. They're like, oh, I don't want to hear Zod talking an honest talk. But this is an honest conversation with you guys that I need to have. Hey, Hyatt Riot. Hey, y'all. Have always had great conversations. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. I appreciate everyone who's been here. And this is the God's honest truth. You are lucky if you have one person. And YouTubers or whoever the fuck else watches this, because I know some of those big channels watch me. I see you motherfuckers. You are lucky if you get one dedicated person to watch your shit. You should be thankful that you get one person who gives a shit enough to take time out of their day to watch you. And one thing that's always fucking bugged me about this platform is the lack of appreciation. People take time. They take time and energy to watch us talk about shit. Literally what I do. You can watch your family or something like that, but you choose to come here to my channel to watch me, and I do not take that lightly. It's the truth. Bitchy can vouch for me. I appreciate every fucking person that I've ever gotten to sit here and watch me bullshit for as long as I bullshit for with my friends. We appreciate that. And the reason why I've been absent for so long is because I did have to take a step back and handle life stuff. I hadn't seen my daughter in a while. And why I'm streaming later and actually PB couldn't be on or the other crew is because I went to a fair with my daughter. And we have a new car. There's a different situation. We got to walk back and forth. But the truth of the matter is that right now we struggle to try to figure out what the fuck we're going to do to pay our bills and also, take care of our obligations. And this is not going to be a segue to, oh, I'm a struggling YouTuber. I need your support. No, fuck that. Fuck that. I never am going to hold an audience hostage because I can't handle my shit. That's not who I am. It's never been who I am. I've only asked for one favor, and it was getting in this place, and I consider that a fucking blessing. I will figure that out. But I do want to take what I do to a different sort of level. If you guys don't know, okay, super secret, PB is probably going to be pissed that I'm even mentioning this. But I want to go in a studio. I want to have us all together in a live kind of setting. Okay, that's my ultimate goal. We've always wanted to do this kind of like a Saturday Night Live kind of a thing, but funny, because Saturday Night Live is not fucking funny anymore. I know there's been Bill Hader, who's actually a great actor. I will be doing a retrospective on Barry. There's been some other funny people, but we have wanted to do a real kind of talk, but funny kind of commentary, right? And we did not know people would be as interested as they were. And we are very thankful for that. But we have wanted to sort of try to make it at that next level. And here's the God's honest truth. I'm going to be, and like I said, this is a channel update. So this is just letting you know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be revamping my Patreon, and I'm going to be posting my Cash App. And we are going to start raising some funds to up our content, because the truth is, either at this point in my YouTube career, I've got to piss or get off the pot. And I want to make this uh, worth it for you guys and for me. I want to bring better quality content. And that's the God's honest truth. I want to bring more to this show because I love what I do. I love talking. I've always loved talking since I was a fucking kid. How it says, I know it's been a long time, but I've always enjoyed the couple of panels I've gotten to be on in the past when you guys are background. It was the dojo. Yeah. Yeah, Riot. You remember the dojo. I know you have. If you guys don't know, Riot has been on our streams a few times, which is why I was very surprised to see him. But it's good to see you again. Hopefully, you'll pop in some more. But yeah, I would love to have you on sometime. Um, Sorry about that. My headphones decided that they were not going to work. Um, Here's the God's honest truth. Hey, Susan. Good to see you, Susan Rodenhaven. Kiefer, good to see you. Kiefer says, my prayers are with you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Says, same. I've always gotten in trouble for talking as a kid. Yeah. And that's the thing. I've always looked for a way to say what I've wanted to say. And I know that people are interested in what we've had to say. And YouTube has been a perfect place for me to do that. But the truth of the matter is I want to take that to the next logical phase. I got 1,000 subscribers, and the thing is, at the end of the day, and this is just the God's honest truth, not being a dick kind of YouTuber, but it is also a business as well. And I've had a lot of personal shit that has taken priority over focusing on my YouTube stuff. And I want to kind of do both. At the end of the day, I would be fine. Look, here's the truth. Look at this fucking gray hair. I'm getting older, and I started thinking about, where do I want to go? I want to write, and I want to make this channel into something that could be a great big sprawling community. And I mean, I'm not saying that as the typical, because God, I know people have heard this shit before, but honest to God, I don't just want this to be the typical uh, fan base. I've had tons of great people here, tons of great people who have great conversations in the chat. This is some of the best chat. Like, guys, you don't understand. When you have a lot of people in your chat, or you have a lot of different chatters, there can be all sorts of stuff that happens. But the God's honest truth is, this chat has been one of the best chats I think that I've ever had. And I think that I want to grow a community, and I want to expand and do things. But the God's honest truth is that it takes time, energy, and money. So that's what I am building towards. And that is why it has been tough and a little bit rough. And I've missed a couple of streams. I've had personal shit going on, and I've been trying to think of the direction that I want to go in. And I talked to PB, and PB was like, well, just fucking do what you always do, Zod. Just fucking talk about what you always talk about. And the thing is, my channel is very scattered shot, if you guys haven't noticed. I talk about everything. I talk about pop culture, I talk about news, I do rants, I do a little bit of everything. But there's certain things I enjoy doing more than others. Quite honestly, I get exhausted with the shit going on with movies. I get exhausted with all of that. And I'm really leaning into doing lengthy retrospectives on things that I like. Because quite honestly, it's exhausting always being pissed off about things that I hate. Uh, and, also once in a while throwing in those rants. I'm currently, because this is an update as well as me just bullshitting about stuff that has happened. This is also an update, but I've been really thinking and also looking at other content, because here's the truth of the matter. YouTubers always, we all watch each other, okay? That's the dirty little secret. Everybody fucking watches everybody else. No one's going to tell you this shit, but it's the truth. You know what? People who hate me probably watch me because I know you motherfuckers have done the same story that I've done, and there's no fucking way you would have heard about that unless you fucking watch this channel. So you're welcome, you motherfuckers. But here's the truth, is that we all watch each other at the end of the day, right? And we all get ideas, but it's what people know when you are passionate about something, and they know when you are bullshitting them. And I'd like to think, and I don't know, you guys can let me know in the chat, but I like to think I've done 90% of what I have made has been things I'm passionate about, no matter how stupid it is. We are passionate about what we do here, and I want to continue that. But my as I get older and I just get more jaded with how cynical Hollywood is and all this other bullshit, I want to lean towards things that make me fucking happy. I want to lean towards things I enjoy fucking talking about. Look at this fucking gray hair. Half of this is rant hair, okay? The other half is my daughter. Love you, Sierra. Hopefully you're in bed and you're not watching this stream. Um, but the truth of the matter is that I love to make content that makes me engaged. Yes, I always rant, Rob. I can't escape it. I love making content that really just sparks something in me, and I'm leaning a lot now towards doing stuff that okay, currently right now, and this is super secret to all 5 people watching, so you're going to have the inside scoop, but here's the inside scoop. I am working on one of my biggest videos I've ever done, and editing fucking sucks. And I need an editor, so anybody out there who fucking watches this, if you do editing, uh, drop me a link at slyler304 at gmail.com. Drop me a fucking link if you edit, because I could use a fucking editor anyways. I am working on. Hey, chill. What's up? And by the way, if you guys don't know, go check out Chillmonger. Cat's great. I've had him on here. He's a cool dude. Love his content, and he talks about a lot of thought provoking topics. So you guys want the real on Marvel, Jonathan Majors, just anything, go check out Chillmonger. He will keep you up to date on the real stuff. But Riot says, if I wanted to talk about movies sometimes, if you want to talk about movies sometimes, you can always talk about older movies that were actually good. Yeah, here's the thing. I started realizing that on this channel, I want to start doing things. Okay, so I had this stream I did, and I talked about cult activity, and it was a very well watched stream. Thank you for everyone who watched it. And I felt great doing it. So my first video that I'm working on, and this is going to be out in a while, just to give you, but I am working on it, is going to be on Ezra Miller. I was inspired by the Flash's shitty box office. Couldn't have happened to a more wonderful person. I am working on a piece about Ezra Miller, and then I'm moving to Alec Baldwin. If you've been on my channel, you get where I'm coming from with this. I want to do these kind of expose things, not just talking and ranting about how shitty they are. You guys already know. I may rant sometime in the video, but I want to start making more expose lengthy kind of videos, because the truth of the matter is that I am very passionate about this. I think it's bullshit that we have someone like Jonathan Majors or Johnny Depp or someone who there's a vague fucking maybe they did something wrong and they get nailed to a fucking cross. But Ezra Miller, we have on camera. He's done shit and he gets a fucking movie. And he's got a punchable face. I'm just saying, like, look, you guys know me. I'm not the biggest BLM, Black Lives Matter, all that shit. That's not me. But I am what's fair is fair. And here's the truth of the matter. It does not matter as far as the racially thing goes. It matters the individual. And I have never seen anything from the individual that would clue me in that they're this fucking monster, but yet I'm told that they are. Yet this person who's exhibited bullshit is out making a movie. It is fucking crazy to me. It blows my mind. And the same shit happened to Johnny Depp. There was not fucking proof in the world. And now Disney hopefully will be sucking his dick to get him in that new Pirates of the Caribbean. And JD, I mean this in all respect. And I don't mean literally sucking your dick. But you better ask Disney to give you like a fucking $1 million because fuck them cocksuckers. You were innocent and they nailed you to the fucking cross without proof. And guess what? They were fucking wrong. And you know what? I don't know the whole situation with Jonathan Majors, but I am willing to bet any amount of money that when that whole situation unfolds, I really fucking hope Disney eats a big old fat dick on that one as well. Because quite honestly, this is the second time. This is the second fucking person that they've thrown to the wolves. And this is the kind of shit I want to talk about. Like, I mean, I really want to talk about this kind of stuff because it fucking boggles my mind. It boggles my mind that we know Ezra Miller is a piece of shit, but he gets a movie. Now, Jonathan Majors, we have no fucking proof on. And he's getting fucking canned and thrown to the fucking wolves by Disney. This is the shit I want to expose and talk about. This is the kind of retrospects and things that I want to look into. This is where I want to steer my channel because the truth is I am at my wit's end of always just covering things. I want to really expose. And so my Ezra Miller video is not just about shitting on him, okay? I'm going to go through his career, talk about what he's done, and also bring up the shit he's done. Like, I mean, all of it. The videos, everything. The problem is YouTube has that copyright strike bullshit that they like to invoke when Ezra Miller, who's sucking somebody's dick in higher power, gets accused of things. They will strike you and say, "Oh, it's what do they say? It's unproven shit." It's like you're making an assumption. There's no real evidence. Motherfucker, there's video of him fucking assaulting people. I don't know how much more fucking evidence you need that this guy's a piece of shit. I really don't. Besides him coming out and saying he's a fucking piece of shit, I don't know how much evidence you need. I don't fucking understand it. I don't know if you need him to just fucking yell from the rooftops that he fucking did it. And even then, these cocksuckers at WB would come and fucking just blow him and let him be in another fucking movie. I'm sorry, I'm being real. I've been drinking a lot. I'm just letting you guys know how I fucking feel about this. And these are the things that I feel like a lot of other YouTubers aren't really covering at this time. And it's kind of things I want to cover because I'm fucking, as if you guys couldn't tell, I'm very fucking passionate about it, okay? I'm passionate about the Alec Baldwin thing. This piece of shit has escaped from so many fucking charges, I can't even tell you. I was born in 1984. I found out about Alec Baldwin probably in 1992, 93, okay? Alec Baldwin has been acting for a really fucking long time. Now, I'm not going to lie to you and say I've hated everything he's done. The truth is, I've liked a majority of the shit that he's done. The other truth is he's a fucking piece of shit. He's been a piece of shit for years. I was waiting for him to fucking kill someone. That was a fucking joke. Yeah, I did get the last laugh at Flash. Chillmonger. I honestly, I called that movie was gonna fucking fail. Uh, High Right says he is a horrible choice for Flash. Anything he did is horrible. Yeah, I agree. He said, let's not forget that WB did the same thing with Johnny that Disney did. Yeah, WB did the same thing. They're all the fucking same, though. Elizabeth Dean says, there was criminal charges, aren't there? Disney has chosen to commit financial suicide. It does seem that way. And T-Virus, what's up? Terrence, if you guys don't know, uh, Terrence has also been a long time person who's been on this channel and you know, all that stuff. So I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm just having a real chat. So in case you guys have been wondering, Mike, I haven't done content in a while because, to be quite honest with you guys, honestly, it's been a lot of personal shit that has happened to me, and that's where I want to take it. Yeah, look at the WB movies. Rob says, look at the WB movies. Many of them have been unsuccessful. That's true. He also says, the DC era. Now, Rob, I've liked a lot of them, but I hate to admit it, you are right. A lot of them are not successful. Joker, fucking love it. That wasn't a success. I think the new Penguin show is going to be great. Colin Farrell is fucking fantastic as Penguin. But that's the problem that WB has. That's more of consistency. My issue with the way that WB has been run is not necessarily just the inconsistencies, but it's also the fact that they've made a lot of poor choices. And I don't think that this is Disney level poor choices. Um, Disney has gone towards the social justice warrior thing, and I hate fucking bringing that up because that opens another can of worms. But that's where we're at with Marvel, okay? Don't fucking kid yourself. Everybody who's a Marvel fan, look, I get it. I fucking love Captain America. I love Civil War. I love Infinity War. I love Endgame. I love all of those old Marvel movies. But wake the fuck up. Come on. Marvel is not what it was. Marvel is a fucking shit show. It's been a shit show. It will continue to be a shit show as long as these fucking writers are in charge. That's just where we're at. Nobody wants to say it, but fuck it. We're being honest tonight, right? Nobody wants to fucking say it, but Marvel is in fucking disarray. Okay? And Rob, I still love you. Look, I'm a Marvel fan too. But here's the truth. Marvel is fucking themselves. Marvel had a billion dollar property. When's the last fucking Marvel movie that made $1 billion? Tell me. This year. I'm not talking about Endgame. After Endgame, name one fucking Marvel movie that made $1 billion. You can't. They haven't. As a matter of fact, they're in a fucking decline. Okay? There has not been a Marvel movie this fucking year that's even come close to fucking $1 billion. And there won't be. Because of all of the shit that's going down. And now it's the same shit. And look, I'm a DC fan. DC's in no better position. DC's fucking worse. Okay? So this ain't a Marvel DC thing. This is realistic fucking facts. Okay? The sad truth is, a lot of these fucking companies are making movies to a crowd that doesn't fucking exist. Okay? They're making movies to a crowd that they think, look, okay, Rob, Spider-Man is Marvel and Sony. Okay, I've had this argument with fucking PB, and I get it. Okay, yes, they had Spider-Man. I will give you that. Name another fucking movie, though. You can't. Name a movie in the realm of Marvel characters. Captain America, Iron Man, like those. I know that they're not around, but you can't because those shows fucking suck. Secret Invasion was ass. Every fucking show they've made is garbage. Loki is ass. All of those shows are garbage. Okay? That's just the fucking truth. I know. Everybody quotes No Way Home. Okay? And thank you, Chillmonger. No Way Home is a fucking Sony movie. And look, Rob, you're right. Marvel is part of that. I'm not saying you're wrong. Marvel and Sony, they have a partnership. So yes, we could sit here and go tit for tat. I can't argue with you. Yes, Marvel does get a chunk of that money. Let's not fucking fool ourselves, because everyone who makes that argument's a stupid fucking argument. Palms are getting greased, okay? Yes. But I'm gonna have to say Sony wrote 50% of that movie. I mean, come on. You seen Little Mermaid lately? You seen fucking Elemental? And don't people come at me go, oh, well, Pixar made that movie. Pixar is part of fucking Disney. And at this point, it ain't even fucking Pixar. And I talked to Bitchy Unicorn about this, okay? She even will tell you, and she's the biggest fucking Pixar fan in the world right now, okay? And it isn't even about that for me. It's that I don't enjoy talking about this shit because politics always gets involved, and unfortunately, it's a big part of the process that's fucking up movies for me, and it's just not fucking enjoyable anymore. It's not. I watched 2 episodes of Secret Invasion, and I can't fucking watch it anymore. That show is such a fucking piece of shit. I can't. The fact. Look, you reviewers who have come out and said Secret Invasion is good, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself. Fucking stop reviewing stuff. I'm dead ass serious. Look, I know opinions are subjective or whatever else. Secret Invasion is fucking trash. It is fucking garbage. It is one of the worst Disney Plus shows I've ever seen. And I watched National Treasure, and that was pretty fucking bad. But this one's pretty close. And I'm not talking about the fucking action scenes or having Nick Fury back, who's Nick Fury, the fucking Justice Warrior friendly fucking Nick Fury. The show infuriated me. Literally, I barely got past that episode. I'll be perfectly fucking honest with you. It is preachy bullshit. And I'm just being truthful here. They make a comment about spooks in the term of racism when, if you look it up, okay, and look, I'm telling you from somebody who was in the fucking military, and I was technically part of the clandestine community, okay? I was a hospital corpsman, but I also fucking worked with special operations, okay? We were the fucking people that sent in that you weren't fucking supposed to know about. And I can tell you right fucking now, spooks does not fucking mean a racial derogatory term towards fucking black people when you are using it in the apparatus of the CIA, NSA, military, or anything like that. The fact that they turned that into a fucking racial issue is fucking disgusting. Disney should be fucking ashamed of themselves. I don't know how I got on this tangent, but fuck it, I'm just gonna roll with it. I did not know I was gonna be talking about fucking Secret Invasion and what I thought about it, but it's a piece of shit. Don't watch it. It's a fucking goddamn waste of time. And secondly, it has nothing to do with the fucking comic whatsoever. Okay, I'm gonna become a nerd here for a little bit, but the Secret Invasion comic book, if you guys don't know, this isn't a spoiler because Disney just fucked this storyline right up the ass. Secret Invasion is about the Skrulls that take the identities of superheroes. What made the comic book storyline so good was because people didn't know who was a superhero and who was a fucking Skrull. That was the fucking Secret Invasion storyline. When it's normal people, who gives a flying fuck? If it's a fucking congressman in Alabama, how the fuck is that more impactful than Thor being a fucking Skrull? It's fucking stupid. And if you're not gonna goddamn adapt the storyline, even remotely fucking close, then name it something else. And I know what people are gonna say, but Zod, Civil War wasn't based on the same storyline. Fucking Captain America wasn't based exactly on the storyline. I don't give a flying fuck. They got the characters right. They at least got some of the story right. Okay? Watch Civil War. The premise is still the same as the comic, okay? So Civil War, the whole crux of the comic, the whole bag of worms was the fact that you had what was called a mutant registration. People who were superpowered had to register their powers. So the argument between Tony Stark and Captain America was the right to register your identity. Okay? The reason why this was a big deal was because superheroes have family, they have relatives, they have friends. If you ask them to register their real names, if supervillains got their names, they'd be able to look up their address and kill everybody. So Captain America was against it because it was the right of choice, right? Superheroes are supposed to be protected when they do what they do. Tony Stark watched the Thunderbolts blow up some kind of like fucking suburban household. And so he said we have to protect people from shit like that happening. We have these great powers. Now Tony doesn't give a shit. He's a fucking billionaire. He doesn't have any family. Someone comes after him, big deal. But Captain America's whole point behind the war was that what if they come after people who can't protect themselves, who don't have the resources you do? How are you going to protect them? That was the whole fucking argument. And look, that in the movie, that is kind of translated in there, okay? You still have the thing with the superheroes. It's tweaked, but it doesn't lose what the fucking message of the story is. Now, Secret Invasion has nothing to do with the fucking comic book, nothing to even remotely do with the story. And goddamn, I went on a fucking tangent with this, but that is my point. Okay? That is my fucking point with this. Is that I get tired of this kind of shit and covering this shit. It literally pisses me off. I'm sorry. I've missed some comments. Let's see what people have said. So, I am a Marvel fan. Okay, I went up to there. Yeah, No Way Home. Marvel has diluted the brand. Thank you, Janie Davis. I do fucking agree with that. I hated The Little Mermaid. Rob, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to strongly disagree with that. Janie Davis says, General Zod, I know, even I know that terminology. Yep. Thank you. Um, Rob says, my daughter is great. She's finished third grade. Congratulations, man. My daughter's 16. I am fucking terrified. I'm glad your daughter's doing good, man. Little girls, tough thing to raise. Girls is different. Chillmonger said maybe, just maybe, Sharon Carter was teased to be a Skrull in 2021. Dude, I can't even get excited about that shit. I can't. Like, they've so fucked the brand. I can't be excited about anything because I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop. And I know people who are die-hard Marvel fans, like, they will literally argue with you who do not like this show. And I don't blame them. And not to mention, it's fucking boring and tedious. It's a boring fucking show. Those first two episodes were fucking terrible to get through. He says, like the stream saved the day. Thank you. Hyatt says they did a closer job to story wise with the movie than they did with any of the Marvel shows, and I agree, 100%. I agree, and this is the thing that pisses me off. And look. Let me be fair here. You guys know I'm a fucking DC fan. I bleed DC, okay? But here's the deal. DC's fucked up just as much storylines as fucking Marvel. Okay? Flashpoint. I haven't seen the Flash movie. I can guarantee you. I would put any amount of money that they fucked that storyline up the ass. Several ways from Sunday. I haven't seen it. I will not see it. But anyone who has seen the Flash movie, just let me know. Did they fucking do the Flashpoint storyline? I can already tell you the answer. They didn't. They fucked it up. They did not do that fucking storyline at all. Not at all. All this was a fucking soft reboot. That's all this was. It was a fucking shameless cash grab. I can guarantee you they did not do the Flashpoint story any amount of justice. It is fucking sad that the WB has done Flash better than fucking Flash in the movies. And you could argue with me, yes, the newer episodes suck, but watch that first season of Flash. Watch that fucking the season with Reverse Flash. It is fucking a very good season. And look, you can shit on the CW all you want. Look, I agree. But they did do some things right. They did Arrow season 2, and they did the Flash season 1, and they did fucking Superman and Lois. Those are great. Those were great television. And Buffy. Okay? Even a broken clock gets something right twice a day. Okay? So CW did those fucking storylines good. I mean, I'm sorry. And they did them better than fucking $100 million movies. It's the truth. They did it better. Deathstroke played on the fucking CW. I guarantee you, because I know the actor. He started in Spartacus. Way fucking better than live action. Fuck, we haven't even gotten a live action Deathstroke that's been worth a damn, to be quite honest. So, I mean, DC is not in a better position than Marvel. They're both the same fucking bullshit. It says, for the horrible live action flicks that DC does, they at least have their anime. Sorry about that. My mic every once in a while decides it doesn't want to work. Yeah, here's the thing. DC Animated has. I love the broken clock. Thank you. But it's the truth. A broken clock is right twice a day. That's just the fucking God's honest truth. Um, I have been a longtime DC fan, and look, I am by no means going to just fucking blindly defend something that's not what I do. And like, look, I objectively watch DC probably more than I would Marvel. And I'm just being truthful with you. Like, I will give DC a pass. I can admit that, okay? But there's even some times where I have to call DC out on their bullshit. Okay, I give you an example. I saw Blue Beetle trailer. Okay, I'm in the movie. I'm watching it. I did not know they took a jab at Batman. Okay, had no fucking clue. But this motherfucker says Batman's a fucking fascist, and I said, "Fuck this movie!" really fucking loud in the theater. And everybody started laughing. Like, and that's by James Gunn. And look, I've been advocating hard for James Gunn. I still believe that he will do a good job. I'm just being real with you guys. That's my thoughts and feelings on it. James Gunn, I think he's a good story writer. Now look, he does have his flaws. He does have some times where he takes shit too far as that goes. But I do think that James Gunn's writing style, he will make more mature sort of stuff. And I think DC's realm, okay, DC's spot is doing shit that is more geared towards an adult audience. And Rob, I hear you, but as far as Amber Heard goes, let me just tell you this much. They're recasting Jason Momoa as Lobo. This fucking DC universe is being erased. For better or worse. People were pissed about Henry Cavill, but he's also getting rid of fucking the Aquaman, and he's recasting for that too. He wants Jason Momoa to do Lobo. Which I'm guaranteeing you that Amber Heard is not in that fucking plan. He is scrapping everything. I agree with that. Now, where I don't agree, my one fucking issue is Ezra Miller as Flash. I do not see what fucking world his performance like wowed execs. I'm telling you right now, and I'm doing my video right now on Ezra Miller. I can't definitively say anything with proof, but he has fucking photos on someone in WB. I'm sorry. He's got some kind of fucking incriminating evidence because this motherfucker seems to always skate by, and I have no clue how. Oh yeah, AH is not going to be in the DC universe. Okay, I will fucking lay any money on that. I'm serious. Look at the casting list. Look at who James Gunn has. He is recasting across the board. He only kept Momoa because fucking him as Lobo. That makes sense, dude. Look, Jason Momoa. Here's real talk. I don't have an issue with Jason Momoa personally, but I think he is kind of always the same kind of character. Okay, big, brilly. For some odd reason, rips his shirt off. Okay, and action. Okay, and that's fine. Arnold was that way. I love Arnold. Stallone. I love Stallone. Okay, though he reminds me a lot of that '80s action hero, right? Um, and now I invited somebody. This was a complete surprise. Welcome, Chillmonger. How you doing, man?
What's up? I'm trying to get rid of this virtual background, though. There it is.
Oh, look at that. Wait, hold on a second. That isn't a virtual background.
Yeah, it's on everyone's StreamYard. You can just go and put a brick wall behind you, and I forgot that I had it on.
No, I mean the stars. Is that a virtual background or your
Physical background. I paint these myself.
Dude, I had no fucking clue. Look, hey, Rob, Fast 10, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be
Purple
100%
paint
real.
right there.
That's
Purple.
fucking amazing.
Violet, excuse me.
I'm going to be 100% real with you. I fucking love that movie. I'm not even going to fucking lie. Like, look, okay? And Chill, I'm sure you can understand me when I say this. You do not go to a Fast movie looking for a deep, introspective fucking look into your soul, okay?
Mhm.
What do you go to a Fast movie for? You want to see you want to see cars, you want to see women and shit blowing up. I got all of that, okay? It was a perfect Fast movie. And here's the thing, I'll go a step further. Like, look, I'm not the biggest Jason Momoa fan out there, but I will say, in the Fast movie, and I never thought I'd hear myself saying this, but in that movie, Jason Momoa saw the fucking script, he read it, and he understood the assignment. He is the most fucking captivating villain I have seen in a very long time. He knows what the script is, it's fucking ridiculous, and he says it with such glee. You cannot help but to be engaged. Like, Jason Momoa has that, how do I put it? He has that X factor. He has that charisma where you see him on screen and he says his lines and can't help but be like, you know what? That motherfucker's got it. I don't know what it is, but he's got it. Have you seen the new Fast X?
I've seen the Fast X thing. Let me add to your Jason Momoa praise. In Game of Thrones, Khal Drogo, that character is so different than Dante. Ashante.
Yeah.
If you look at the characters he's played, remember he was in Dune, remember? And he just played like a straightforward kind of guy without all that Aquaman.
Dude, I love fucking Dune. Are you excited for Dune 2?
I'm interested in Doom 2. Not excited.
So let me tell you something, okay, Super Chica. I fucking love Frank Herbert's Dune. I have waited, dude, I'm not joking. I've waited motherfucking 20 years for someone to adapt this story, right? Now, look, the first Dune, I love, what's his name? He did Twin Peaks. I always forget his name. God damn it. He did the first Dune. And look, the first Dune was all right, but, you know, it was like 80s, 90s in there, okay? They didn't have the tech. Mm-hmm. I fucking love Dune as a movie. I'll be honest. And look, I get the complaint. It's half a movie. But that was a fucking amazing half of a movie. Right. Dude, the story, the acting, I mean, am I wrong? Like, I know there's some people who ain't, but dude, it's been a while since I've seen a movie where the CGI and the fucking story and everything actually met in the middle, and it came together nicely. And fucking Batista in there, and everybody was casted perfect. I read the fucking books. I know all the characters. Them motherfuckers. Josh Brolin? What? My man Josh Brolin fucking killed it. I don't give a fuck if he's Thanos or he's just standing there being a military dick.
Yeah.
Josh Brolin, but yeah.
You were asking me about Fast X. The movie entirely was exactly what I needed it to be, and I'm so upset that the audience is. I mean, it still made money, right? Still made like 600 million, but still, I think that we gotta support this franchise because it needs it. The budgets for these things are huge, and I want more.
Hi, Riot. In case you don't know, he's been on the channel for a while. Great guy. Says, hey, Fast 10, Jason actually, he had some acting chops. I totally agree. Not just playing a big, strong villain like character, but he really threw out the flamboyance. Yeah, like, yeah, I agree. He had, and he had this playful, childlike kind of
Psychotic.
thing. Yeah, like psychotic,
He was a
childlike,
character.
like
He knew he was playing a character. He knew the film franchise he was in, and nothing matters because Dominic Toretto knows how to earthbend concrete, so nothing matters. Let me just go there, have some fun.
dude, motherfuckers went to space. Like, look,
Mhm.
I've always joked for years they needed to go to space. When I seen that Fast Nine do, I said, okay, I'm out now. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah,
And then I saw Jason Momoa, and I'm like, okay, you got me curious. Dude, I'll tell you the truth. I was more excited about Fast X than I ever was for the fucking Flash. Now, let me ask you something. Oh, yeah, Guardians 3.
800 million.
I'll be honest with you. Guardians 3, if there was a movie that should have been $1 billion, and I'm being straightforward, fucking
Yes.
honest, it should have been that movie.
See, it was the momentum, though. It just came off of Quantumania, and you're expecting Marvel people to be happy when they just had an experience 2 months ago that wasn't so peachy. And then they had Wakanda Forever, which you like, but I think is dog doo-doo.
Yeah, you know we're always gonna disagree, but like, here's my thing. Like, look, I've said this. I always get your side. I do. I 100% understand what you're saying, but
About Wakanda?
yeah, about
Yeah.
Wakanda.
Let's not even do
Yeah,
that discussion. Let's just go
I-
back to Guardians because Rob said 800 million. What were you gonna say about how it deserved $1 billion?
Oh, without a doubt. Here's the deal. A Marvel movie, and I'm saying this to all my viewers, you know how I feel about Marvel, but here's the God's honest truth. Please see Guardians, because that movie, okay, is the reason why I am such a strong proponent for James Gunn in DC. You want to see James Gunn's writing, okay? You want to see a man who gives a shit about what he's doing and does not care about the Marvel machine, okay? Guardians 3 to me deserves to be praised. And I've said this in my review. I've said this 1,000 times. Guardians 3 was everything I wanted it to be from a long time ago. All of these Marvel movies, Guardians 3 is what I wanted these other fucking Marvel things to be. It had emotion. Like them scenes, okay? Those fucking fucked up scenes, there was no joke. There was no nothing. They just let you, like, bro, okay, spoilers for anybody who hasn't seen Guardians 3. Jesus Christ, go out and see it. But it's on Disney Plus. Go fucking watch it. But when fucking that scene, when Rocket's fucking love dies, and I'm gonna be honest with you, they got me. Because I seen it in the previews. I did not see her after. I knew she was gonna fucking die. But bro, when she gets shot and you see the blood and everything, I'm not gonna lie. I had to turn away from my girl. I'm like, there's something in my eye. Bro, that shit was hot. That shit hit the heart. They had shit where I was like, this is the Marvel I remember, right? They tell good stories and they wrap you up in that shit, like everything from Star-Lord's story, Gamora. They didn't do that typical bullshit when they fall back in love, right?
Yeah.
They everything you expect Marvel to do. James Gunn said, nah, fuck that. This is my swan song. I'm leaving. This movie is gonna be what I want it to be. And I've heard fucking Grace Randolph and the rest of those fucking shills like, oh my god, James Gunn just had to have cameos. Fuck you, okay? Everything he put in that movie to me was what Marvel used to be. It was classic Marvel. Good fucking story, good character development, good action. Like, let me ask you, because I didn't get a chance to like do a review with you or anything. What were your thoughts on Guardians 3? Like, how did it hit for you?
There's a couple things you mentioned now it made me think about how he doesn't care about the machine. Remember that secretary that was there, and they had a joke about how you got to speak to them like they're like to connect with them emotionally. And then he said a line where he goes, "Nah, they're corporate shills. They have no soul," and he got to turn on them. And I'm like, is James Gunn referring to like how he had to fight? They all had to fight and write a letter to get James Gunn back on board, but at the end of the day, they're all corporate shills and they don't really care about you. Is that what he's trying to say? Was there a message inside? I thought he was being really clever.
Dude, okay, you want to know something? I low-key, I thought I was crazy, but he definitely took some shots at people in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so many parts like that, and that part where they're in the fucking, I don't know, the thing where they wear those weird fucking suits and stuff. That was a very big messaging towards what Marvel is becoming. He
Really?
took some, yeah, okay, think about it, right? They're all a hive mind.
Yeah.
They're all doing what they're told. Nobody questions anything. Like, there's a lot of subtext in that writing. Like, he is like subliminally taking shots at all the bullshit that he had to deal with Marvel. But here's my question, and it's interesting because I know you're on the Marvel kind of side of things. I'm on the DC side of things. But how do you feel about him taking over for the DC side?
I'm more interested that a guy is taking over the DC side and there will be a person. And whether it's James Gunn or whether it's some corporate guy, doesn't matter. As long as there's one guy who knows that the buck stops there, has a plan. It's less so about Gunn. I'm sorry. No disrespect to James Gunn. Yes, he is special. Yes, he's got talent. So maybe we should be happy it's him and it's not somebody like, I don't know, pick a guy. Joss Whedon. I don't know. Right? But the fact that it's one guy means good, because what Zack Snyder did had 3 movies in a row that referenced each other. Everything felt like it was in the same world, and I just need that back for DC. Reset though, hard reset. James Gunn does not need to be attached to anything that happened in Flash, because can I spoil the Flash? We know how.
Yeah,
ends,
go
right?
ahead, dude.
That's not Batman. That's not Batman, and that's not going to be your Batman for the next movies, right? Just say if the Flash happened, you'll never have to consider the events that happened in this movie again. Starting at 0, here's a Superman movie. Go.
And you know what? I 100% I agree with you. Like, to me, the Flashpoint saga was concocted for a good way to erase that bullshit. And look, here's the thing. PB hates fucking Zack Snyder. You can go watch his videos. And I don't disagree with any of his points. But I have watched every Zack Snyder movie. And Super Secret, I don't oppose him. I think Zack Snyder has his strengths.
Mm-hmm.
But in the DC, Zack Snyder is interesting, to say the least. The shit he wanted to do with DC, I'm actually glad corporate came in and said, nah, you're not going to make Batman get raped. You know that was an idea he had. He wanted to have Batman get raped, okay? Like, nah. Okay? Like, I get, like, Zack Snyder is good when you focus him and you have someone else writing the script and he's just doing the directing, okay? Zack Snyder, beautiful visuals, seems like a nice guy. I've seen him in interviews. Seems like someone I chill with.
Right.
But I don't want him fucking writing the story, okay? And I don't think he was the guy to lead DC into the promised land. Now, James Gunn, his writing is sharp. It's clever. He focuses on character. He clearly gives a shit about source material. This is a man who took the fucking Guardians of the Galaxy, okay? let's be real. Guardians in the world of Marvel are like C-list characters. Okay, I'll just being real. I don't count Adam Warlock. He joined the Guardians later. Okay. Besides that, Guardians are kind of C-listers. They never were really big in the comic universe. He took them and made them big. He put love and care. And I would much rather have a guy who loves what they're doing, even if they got to tweak things, change things. I know that they're changing them because they realize it doesn't translate good, as opposed to, oh, it's good for the bottom line. And to me, James Gunn has never been the guy. He's been the guy who goes against the grain. Look at that fucking movie he did, Super, right? Or the movie his brother did, Brightburn. Fucking love Brightburn. I am advocating for a fucking sequel for that movie.
He did it. It wasn't his brother who did Brightburn.
No, his brother did the writing. He just like
Oh,
co-wrote and did some of the directing. But yeah, that was his brother. And still, that movie was fucking amazing. Okay, so I mean, yeah, if you look it up, his brother and him both worked on that fucking movie.
High Rise says that I want a Green Lantern movie. I want it done right. Okay, hold on. When you say you want Green Lantern, I look at it. I look at the Green Lantern franchise as a troublesome franchise. Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan are two different people, and we know that if the movies go with the Green Lantern, probably like one of them will die and one of them will be the main Green Lantern that we go with, the main guy, the primary one. I don't want it to be Jon Stewart. I want it to be Hal Jordan, because the picking or the selecting process of sometimes he's the primary one, sometimes he's the primary, needs to end. Let's just decide that it's Hal Jordan. And I'll take a black superhero who doesn't have some internal competition within his own franchise.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, you know why I like having you on? Because I can't say shit like that. Because people will look at me
You
and
can't.
go,
No, Zach, I want you to say. I want you to say, hey, listen,
you
I
can't.
want to actually have a Black Panther, but over on the DC side, and it's not going to be Jon Stewart, because sometimes producers are going to like Hal Jordan more, and sometimes they'll use him. So I'm just saying, let's not do the 50-50 who's going to be the Green Lantern. Let's just have a full-fledged, all the resources behind a guy who, when you wear the t-shirt, the Green Lantern logo, you know who you're talking about. The same way if I wore the S on the chest, you know it's Superman. Even though there's a Supergirl, it's, you know who I'm wearing when I got the Flash Lightning bolt. You know who I'm wearing with the Bat logo, even if he's got a lot of Bat families who wear that. Like, there's just certain people who are so primary. And the Green Lantern franchise, it's not that. So I'm just saying, don't wait, because you know these studios, they do black movies and they got the resources that they devote to black characters. And I'm saying, use those resources in the most impactful way. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, Aaron. And Aaron, you're never late. Thank you for joining me. This is my stream where I talked about some personal things in the beginning, and then Chillmonger just graced us with his presence. So now I kind of pivot. That's what you get in the Phantom Zone. We just talk about everything.
I get those personal things too. They happen all the time. And if you see me not posting, it's probably because something happened. But but don't worry, because I won't talk about it on stream. You did though. I mean, you kind of went there without telling us everything, but you're informing us that there is something that's occupying your time.
Thank you, man. The whole point of the stream was like I've had a lot of personal shit happen, and I don't know about you or how you feel, but because you're so cool, and that's why we invite you over to the Phantom Zone, because you're not a fucking asshole. We've had tons of assholes here. Um, it, it's been like I feel like I have a good relationship with the people in my chat. I always have, and I feel like um I don't want to be the typical YouTuber, right? I don't want to beg for money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I want to inform them on what's going on. People, look, it is my time, almost 11 o'clock. People could be doing 150 different fucking things, but they're sitting here listening to us talk about DC and Marvel and stuff like that, and they don't have to. And I appreciate that, because when I first started this, I don't know how your YouTube journey went, but when we first started, we had 1 to 2 people and it was us watching our own channel,
Yeah.
just fucking talking, right? And I got lucky enough to be invited to do streams with Rob, and I got into the JD community, and I was a big proponent for making sure that fucking cunt Amber Heard got what she deserved. Thank God that bitch is fading from existence because she's fucking terrible.
All she needs is an OnlyFans.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, because I'm not gonna lie. Is she good looking? Yes. Is her snatch probably have teeth? Probably. That bitch is fucking devious. That is the kind of bitch where you are with her and you regret the next day. James Franco, what the fuck were you thinking? Anyways, that's not the point. The point is that, you know, I got lucky enough to get all of these great people to watch my channel, and I wanted to be as honest with them as I possibly could be, because they have been nice enough to sit here and watch me live stream, and I wanted to let them know what was going on with me. And you know, shit happens. My car took a shit, or my future fiance, and we had to buy a new car. And I had to sit back here and think about like what I want my channel to be. You know what I mean? What I want to pursue. And unfortunately, also the monetization process. And you know, I don't know how much of the conversation you heard, but you know, my dad kind of fucking stole my code and used it to monetize his channel. Now I can't monetize mine. And it's been a fucking long, hard journey. So I'm trying to think of ways to get around that. And to be quite honest with you, with the way YouTube has been, I don't fucking know if I want to really fucking monetize with them, because like you I don't know, like do you have monetization on your channel? I don't know how much you've run into this, but you show a clip, you play the wrong music, you curse in the first 5 minutes,
Right.
or whatever the fuck it is, and YouTube is yanking your shit, right? And it's just like, it's getting harder and harder to make this a living, but I would love to make this a
Share my
permanent
screen.
job. Oh, all right. Yeah, let me share the screen with you. So, what's going on here?
Okay. I'm
Explain to
streaming
the
tomorrow. That's upcoming. But look at this live stream. It's ineligible because of little music. This has limited ads. I don't even know why. We got limited again. We got limited. We got limited. They get you like you're gonna say something on your stream. I'm ineligible here for copyright reasons because during The Mandalorian, I was playing a little bit of Disney Plus for too long, and really it was like 10 seconds of footage. But now I'm ineligible for copyright reasons. It's malarkey, and I know I don't abuse it. I know I'm not playing the whole episode of Mandalorian or playing a full song and may just have some lyrics underneath. They get you though, and it sucks.
Yeah, and the thing is, and I was explaining this, right? And look, you don't have to go into this, but I know probably like me, you have a personal life, right? And
Yeah.
you know, you get into these situations, and you know, YouTube used to be a place kind of like Disneyland where fucking dreams could come true. Look at like Jake Paul and all these fucking assholes who came up back in the day doing the shitty content that they do now. And you know, we come behind them and we get the fucking short end of the stick, because the truth of the matter is like now YouTube has gone corporate. So with that bullshit comes the censorship, comes the, oh, you're taking a fucking half-second clip from something, so yeah, we're gonna demonetize your whole fucking video because you decided to show a fucking clip. And if you look at the copyright laws and fair use, that is not a violation of fair use.
Yeah.
I bet you, I have not seen your video, but I bet you your video meets the standard. But because of Disney and because of who they are, you're going to get fucked over. You could fight it legally, but by the time you make it to where it can be shown, you've lost the traction on the video. So what's the point?
There's bigger channels who this is their career, like Film Theory, okay? So he'll upload the video, but not publish it publicly, okay? Because he knows that all these movie studios I'm gonna have all these computers to tell YouTube that this movie, this footage is too much. So he fights those battles primarily, and then he goes public, so he doesn't have to worry about being pulled down or anything. Because those first like 2-3 days are the primary breadwinners for your money for your movie. I mean, your YouTube upload. When the movie studios come at you, they come at you in the beginning, and yeah, you might win your case, but what's the point of a video that's old? YouTube isn't pushing old videos.
No, they're gonna bury you in the fucking algorithm. With,
Everyone who wants to see it has already seen it, and you just didn't get paid for the ad money.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. And hey, Cage, much love to you. Yeah, I'm doing this late night talks. This is a fucking random late night talks. I'm sitting here chilling with Chillmonger, who I'm convinced doesn't fucking sleep like Perp. Yeah, like, do you know Perp? You are Perp. I swear to God, you motherfuckers never sleep.
Hours are everywhere. It's normal to be awake at 11 o'clock.
Dude, I'm so glad to have you on, because I've been meaning to talk about this shit that's been pissing me off with DC and Marvel. Let me ask you something. Did you see that new Secret Wars bullshit? Oh man, oh man,
You're talking about the delay? Because I like
no,
the delays.
Did you see the episodes? I saw
Secret
1 and 2.
Invasion. Yeah, you said Secret Wars.
Yeah,
I watched Secret Invasion, and I was tired when I watched it because I'm a vampire who gets no sleep. So I have to give it a second chance. I didn't like it, and I didn't get it, and there was no Skrulls in prior things that were teased to, like, maybe Sharon Carter, maybe she was a Skrull in Falcon Winter Soldier, and I'll like that. But if I see General or Agent Everett Ross, and there was not a single tease that he's a Skrull during Wakanda Forever or the first Black Panther or wherever else he appears, and then all of a sudden I see him here, I'm gonna go, well, there's no suspense, there's no connection, where were you leading? Seeing that Talos has a kid, and that kid is Emilia Clarke in her human form rather than Skrull form, it makes me go, you guys are just trying to save money on the budget here. There's a lot of times where Skrulls should just be in their Skrull form,
Okay, so look, I want to talk to you, and I'm going to be perfectly blunt here, as an African American. All right, I'm using all the politically correct terms here.
You're a person of color.
Yeah, as a person of color. Okay. No. So okay, there's a line in this. I don't know if you caught this, but him and Agent Hill, Nick Fury and Agent Hill, they're at a cafe or whatever. They're having a conversation, right? They start talking about spooks, and she says something to the effect of, "Oh, you can't use that term, blah blah blah," and he goes, "No, I can use it. You can't use it." Now, you are you are a very educated fellow, okay? I worked in the Navy. I can't get into everything I did, but I was with special teams. All right.
Is there Navy?
We were under that umbrella, and I can tell you something right now. I'm white as shit. We had a Mexican. We had all different people, right? Spooks, by what I understood it, right, under the term when you're talking about CIA clandestine organizations, right? Is that not the definition for spies? People who work undercover, things like that, right?
I don't know this word. Spoofs is a thing?
No, spooks. They call us spooks, like spies, people you don't see, things like that. They tried to make it a racial thing. Yeah. And I was sitting here watching this whole conversation going, like, okay, you want to bring up race. This is the most, like, backhanded kind of, like, playing 3D chess way I've ever seen of creating this racial kind of thing. There was another moment when he's on a train.
Was the joke funny? Did you laugh at the spooks joke?
No, because I was a fucking spook. I was like, motherfucker, that's not the right term. Like, what are you talking about? This is that. No, CIA, NSA, any of those organizations you don't fucking hear about, they call them spooks because spooks for that was ghost. It was like a person that doesn't exist.
Okay.
Let me tell you a story. I was in Manhattan. I was partying with some friends. We all got pulled over. I did not have my driver's license because of what I did. I didn't have a regular license, so I gave them my military ID. They looked me up, and they gave me back my ID, and they said, you're not in our computer at all. Okay? I was not in their fucking database, so they were a little worried about that. I had to sit here and explain to this cop what I did and why I wasn't in their computer, and I was just going to fucking McDonald's. My friend was speeding. I got pissed off. Okay? So that's a real life, true ass story, okay? That happened to me in New York, crossing the fucking Brooklyn Bridge. Alright? So, the shit is, like, people who are not in the system, right? It is people, they called us spooks because it's like ghosts, spooky.
I got it.
You know?
Spooky. Yeah.
Yeah, but people made it racial, and I get it because it was a racial term back in the day. I understand that, okay? And who the fuck knows when the other organizations decided to adopt this kind of monicum? I get it, but the fact that you choose to make that a key moment, and what the fuck does that have to do with the rest of the show? And this is the things that bother me because
you know they're ideologically driven, and even when it goes over my head, you noticed it, you saw it. I just didn't get the word. I didn't know it or care for it. Now I do. So it's a group. It's a word for which group? Black
it's
people.
a word like for the spy community.
But you said it was racial also. Which group?
It was also racial, like spooks, like black people, because you couldn't see them in the dark, spooky, that kind of thing. So it does have a racial condensation.
So why educate me though? Like, okay, listen, as a guy who didn't know what that is, and there's millions of people like me who are just not familiar with the word, why introduce a quote a slur to me when I could have just minded my own business? You're actually keeping alive some of the,
prejudice, right? They're perpetuating a prejudice that doesn't need to be. And this has been my problem at Marvel. Like, look, we know racism exists, and it hasn't gone away. Okay, and like, look, real talk, racism is an inherent human bias that won't go away because we got ignorant fucking people who are assholes, and that's the truth. So
but
you're
it doesn't
not
help
going
to enforce it by mentioning it and bringing it up. If
exactly
you want to be more clever with it, if you want the goal of your show to be about black and white relations, and then they all hold hands at the ends, fine, that's great. But if we're just watching Secret Invasion, the race that matters is the Skrulls.
Yeah, it's not even about black or white, but this show is clearly leading into a racial divide, and Nick Fury is championing those kind of racial views. And this is what pisses me off because when I watched that episode, it was a lot more serious. There was some decent action, whatever. Okay, I love Samuel L. Jackson. But and this has been my issue with DC. Either they go serious and then they have to have some kind of message, or they go super fucking stupid with no message, okay? And I don't give a fuck what anybody tells me. Thor: Love and Thunder was a fucking bag of shit. And that went too far over the other line. Like, look, there was no woke shit in Thor, okay? Like, to me, yeah, woke.
Meaning
there wasn't any there wasn't any of that. Like, the part when he was naked, we could argue because, had that been Jane Forrester naked, that would have been a whole fucking different topic. But
you're using the word woke incorrectly. Its intended use was if there's something that's happening that's anti-black or something that is oppressive, to be aware of it is to be woke, rather than sleeping on the issue. You're woke. So that's how it's used. Not being naked is not. It's just,
but you see what I'm saying, though.
I get your point.
People are perpetuating all of these things, and I feel like it's the wrong side of the argument because then no one highlights like shit like that, like taking something and making something a racial issue that was never there. And at that point, to me, you're trying to stir the pot. and get people upset about stuff that they don't need to be upset about. Like, here's the overall arching message. You, me, I think we can agree. When we watch Marvel, we watch DC, we're not looking for politics. We're not looking for being lectured or a deeper meaning. We want to see fucking superheroes blowing shit up in super suits and doing their thing, right? Like, that's the little inner kid. We want to see our heroes we grew up with fucking shit up. Am I wrong, right? Like, when you watch Batman, you want to see Batman in his suit dive down and fuck up some bad guys.
I want to see the
wrong?
character. I want to see the traits of the character that I've read in comic books, and then him performing some of these tasks that he did, and see it in motion picture form. And here's another thing: I want representation, and those are not two competing wants. You know, I want a black character like someone like, I don't know, like T'Challa. Let's just pretend they didn't kill him. But then I want to see him be the king, and I want to see him scratch things, and I want to see him fight, run. I want to see his super strength being used, and I don't want any time to stop to be like, you know, we are in Africa, where statistically speaking, I just don't want those scenes. Just give me a superhero.
Like, look. Here's the thing, and you've heard me say this. I don't like Black Panther as a movie. I think fucking Killmonger was the hero. You will never change my mind about that. But here's the thing. I will give the movie one thing. They had a really stellar cast, and I think the spirit and what the character embodied was in the movie. Not so much on T'Challa's side. I'm sorry, he acted like a bitch in that movie. Look, I came from Civil War, and he was a badass. And then I watched the Black Panther movie. He's kind of a bitch. He's getting a little bit talked down to by other people.
Uh-huh.
Me personally, like, look. All right, can we agree? If you were the king of a fucking country, and your sister comes in and goes, "Oh, you can't say this or what?" Like, look, bitch, who are you? You do R&D and development. I'm the fucking king. I'm just saying. Like, am I wrong? Like, he needed to lay down the law sometimes.
It was his first week.
Come on, man.
There.
Like, come on. You're the king. You can't be like, look. I get it. Like, you know, they wanted to give her whatever. Yes, thank you, J.D. Davis.
But he told Forrest Whitaker, he told him, "I'm your king now." And then Forrest Whitaker had to tell him the backstory of when Killmonger was a kid.
Yo, like, look.
American.
Like, look, okay. I know we're getting sidetracked, but can we just agree? Killmonger should have been the king. Look, them motherfuckers killed his dad. Uh-huh. They dropped him in fucking Chicago, of all places.
Oakland.
I live in Wisconsin. Oakland, Chicago is the same shit, okay? He was in a shitty neighborhood. This motherfucker served in the military. So me as a military man, did you see his kills? His scars? Okay? I knew motherfuckers like that. Okay? Let me tell you something. That man was a fucking hero. He should have been killed. Look, my whole beef with this movie is Killmonger understood how the world was.
Yeah.
And he should have, like, okay, the scene where he says he's going to sell vibranium weapons and shit to other countries. Why is he wrong? The U.S. does the same shit. He is just doing what everybody else does. I did not think at any point in the movie he had a wrong point.
But you don't need money. You don't need money. Who cares about having money if you guys have your own way? You guys have buildings that you created on your own. You got better transportation than everyone else. No one's poor, no one's poverty. Everyone has food. Everyone got what they want. So what you need money for what? So you can buy new things? You're good.
Come on, man. Global... Come on. Nah. Let's be real. Economics runs on funding wars, creating wars, and black ops shit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Killmonger had a vision. I would have elected that motherfucker for president. He knew what was up. He served in the war, and he knew Wakanda needed to be strong. They needed to have a stance. If you're going to reveal your fucking super secret country, then you need to establish yourself as a power. If you don't establish that you got something other countries need, those motherfuckers are going to come in and take over.
So you like what Queen Ramonda did in the beginning of Wakanda, where she had all of the soldiers, remember? When she just dropped them off at the UN? By the way, you guys were on our ship. And remember that?
Yeah,
exactly what you like. All right.
Dude,
Cool.
I would have done
All
the
right, I'm
same
done.
fucking shit. Like,
I'm
come
done.
on. Like,
Well,
look.
now I know
Like,
your
look.
reasons.
Like, look. I worked in the fucking field that I know. Look, at the end of the day, I would like the world to run like we all sing Kumbaya and hold hands and have a fucking beautiful moment. But the reality of the situation is if you prove yourself as weak, people are going to take advantage of that weakness. And I'm not saying you got to genocide people or some crazy shit like that. I'm saying that you have to prove that when people come in and take your shit, you're going to do something to defend it, that you're going to stand up for your people. And look, the fact is, at the end of the day, look at any war we've gone into, right? Anything that we've done, it's been in the defense of civilians and people
Mhm.
and defending others who can't defend themselves. I was deployed by Africa, right? Remember with the pirate ships, Captain Phillips, all that shit? I was deployed at that time, okay? I had a fucking RPG fly over my head while I was doing a fucking verification for a ship. It had been boarded by pirates, all right? We sped over there. And when we got there, you know what we found, man? You know what we found? 15-year-old kids with fucking AKs and rocket launchers. Do you know why they use 15-year-old kids? Because the UN will not prosecute kids under the age. But you know what they're going to do? They're going to take these fucking kids and put them right back in that same situation. And it's shitty and it's fucked up. But that's why we do what we do. We fight to try to change some of that shit. And I'm not naive. I know it's not going to change. But I got to believe that there's going to be good people who are going to try to fight for the rights to change that. Like, look at the shit you talk about, right? And the shit you try to open people's mind to. I got to believe there's more people who are going to speak truth and talk about the shit and get a movement going. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? And the shitty, sad part is that you need people to do that kind of shit to make the wheels turn. Like,
They want you to
I
read
know you're.
Bitchy's comments. I'm not on his
I,
side.
I know you're probably sitting here thinking, like, why is this motherfucker campaigning so hard for Killmonger?
No,
But
I'm not. I'm just trying to hold the. Look, I'm reading the live chat. So if I looks like I was like off, I was just like on the
no,
chat.
no.
Digi said, make sure you leave the door unlocked in case you pass out.
Yo, that's my girl, bitchy unicorn. I love you, honey. Yes, the door is unlocked. Janie Davis, by the way, shout out to Janie Davis. She's a super nice person. She says, at General Zod, I wanted him to come back with a softer edge from T'Challa, showing him mercy. I agree. I fucking agree.
Back to
Like,
Secret
look.
Invasion. You were talking about Secret Invasion. You're talking about the train. What's the scene in the train that you were gonna go to?
You know I'm right. Look. We're gonna have a talk
You're
about
right
this.
because
You
that's how you
know.
feel. That's why you're right. I didn't like it. I didn't like what you didn't like, and I like what I do like.
Like, look. I totally respect that, but we all know Killmonger's the MVP. Let's not play it. Like, okay, let me add just one more point. In the new movie Wakanda Forever, can you say you were at least a little bit hyped when you saw Killmonger back?
Yeah.
Yeah, were you a little bit hyped for the cameo? Because I was. Let me tell you the truth. I was kind of hoping they brought him back because I'd even take him as king. Like, oh man, like, dude, that ending. I agree with you. Like, the ending was bullshit. Like, oh yeah, we have a son. Here's a fucking constellation prize. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, dude, I would have even taken Michael B. Jordan taking over because at least he ruled, and then you can kind of say maybe him interacting with T'Challa changed his views, and you know what I mean. And come on, that gold suit was fucking. That gold suit was fire. Let's all. That gold suit was.
I prefer the official silver and black.
Oh, come on! Come on! You can't tell me that gold suit wasn't fucking fire.
It was good. It was a good variant suit. Yeah. You know when you play
Yeah.
Smash Brothers and you can change their skins? That's all that was.
This motherfucker. Okay. Bitchy Unicorn says that journal's on. Make sure you leave the door open. Yes, don't worry, honey. I will. I love you. She says, at journal's on. Yes, I did see the message. So yeah,
Secret Invasion train.
the train scene. There was a point. No, my bad. It wasn't a train scene. So it was a talk between War Machine and
But that was
Nick
the next
Fury.
cameo.
Yeah, that was a good cameo. Don Cheadle. You getting some fucking actors. But here's the thing that pissed me off. So they make a comment. All right. And you guys could go back and watch this. It's on Disney Plus. Go and watch it. They make a comment. And I'm paraphrasing a lot of this, but I'm just going to get to the point that pissed me off.
Mhm.
They said, yeah, we're not going to let these people in charge of us, insinuating white people in charge of us, make these decisions, blah, blah, blah. Like, here's my thing. I don't like them making this series a racial thing. Can we agree that when it comes to superheroes, Marvel, fantasy things, I don't think we should enter this divide of racism. I think Marvel, DC, fucking Disney products in general, right? Anything like that's multimedia, right? We watch movies, we play games to escape from the normal politics that are
Sure.
happening, right? Like, look, I'm not blind. I've done articles and stories about fucked up shit that's happened in any community. I don't give a shit if it's white, black, Hispanic, whatever. Look, I am Irish and Puerto Rican. Spoiler alert for anyone who didn't know. I'm 50% Irish, 50% Puerto Rican. Newsflash, Puerto Ricans weren't exactly treated that great. No race that's not fucking white, whatever you want to call it, right? English, whatever the fuck, was treated great. I don't hold a grudge against that. I was called a spick. I was called a fucking mutt. Whatever.
You
I
called
was
a
called
spick and a spook.
a spick, a spook, a mutt, tons of shit, right? Growing up. And here's the thing, or in the military. Like, and here's the thing. That shit doesn't bother me. I don't give a fuck. I'm good at what I do. I don't.
So why the need to put in these scenes that reference
Exactly.
the racial divide when they could be if their intention is promoting a positive world, they're actually in the best position to do that because Samuel L. Jackson is your lead character, and we can have the audience watch Samuel L. Jackson being, oh no, he's about to get hit by that. Oh, he dodged it. Thank goodness. A character who looks like that is alive. You can actually make them go on an emotional journey with people who got a darker complexion, and the healing that would do globally, like that's where that's your mission. You know, you don't need to stop the show to talk about words that people can say, can't say, and then the other thing you mentioned about they talking about white people, and I didn't catch that as white people. I just took it more as like establishment people. But fine, I mean, it's also it happens to be white people, right? So I think that they'd be smarter if they didn't have scenes like that, and they'd be effective at what they actually want to do, or claims that they want to do, which is to be a wholesome, inclusive place that promotes unity. And they're not doing I told you one time, I'm writing a comic script, and not once in my first issue am I gonna bring up that the main character's skin tone or the primary or the second character or the next character. I'm gonna try to go as long as I can without mentioning skin tone. Of course, there's gonna be some things that seep in, but I won't. I think I'm better off by not doing it. Just the fact that everyone's black doesn't mean anything to anyone anywhere. It's not even going to be on the planet Earth. It's not going to be a thing that comes up. And what I would like is for audiences to just enjoy and have escapism, which is key to entertainment. And hey, just so happens that this franchise has a lot of characters who are not white. And there's going to be white characters. It's not like I'm excluding them. It's just the goal is I'm starting off with black characters. We'll get the white guys later.
Here's my idea. And I've gotten some interesting takes on this. So I'm writing a book right now. It's called Fear West, and it is a time travel kind of story. So I want to throw that out there before I say what I'm going to say because it's gotten a lot of flack. But I'm doing in the Civil War, right? What if the South won? What does that look like? And I'm going to World War II. I'm also going to do what if Germany won, leading into our modern day. Now, my point of this is, right? Um, it's not about race whatsoever. It's about the little things in history that fascinate me, right? Okay, when you think about World War II, I hate Nazis. I think that they're fucking scumbags. But let's not kid ourselves. They were
That's such an
pretty
extreme
fucking
position, Zod. God damn.
they were pretty fucking close to winning the war, right? Blitzkrieg, all of that stuff. Their one mistake that they made was they entered Russia and they didn't realize it's a fucking cold, snowy place. I've been to Russia. And when they entered, they got their fucking ass beat. And then they wind up getting pushed back, right? I am a study of history. People want to suppress what happened historically. I am against that. I think the only way you can learn, truly learn, the mistakes that we've made as a culture is to study the past, right?
Yeah.
Like racism, all of this shit. We are repeating it because we do not learn from shit that's already happened. Like, we fought for civil rights. We fought for all this shit. So why are people still racist? Why are people still doing fucked up shit? It's because it's a repetitive circular loop, right? That never fucking changed because you got some ignorant asshole who's going to sit back and go, fuck that dude just because of the color of their skin. That's fucking bullshit, right? I don't subscribe to that. But at the same time, I am a student of history. So when I write a story and stuff, my story is not just about like, oh my god, the South won, blah blah blah. It's also about how does that change history from that point on, right? So how would that change World War II? How would that change our modern times? My story is about people who were born in a time and they changed the timeline that was supposed to happen historically. So instead of the South losing, they win because of this one person that was born that wasn't supposed to be born, right? So
The butterfly effect.
the butterfly effect. Thank you. Someone gets it. Thank you. That's what the story is about, right? So how does that ripple through time and what are the consequences? So when they're born and that happens, well, there's got to be a balance. So I introduce the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and they come through these different timelines and they try to correct what happened that's the anomaly, right? Because the four horsemen of the apocalypse are supposed to end the world, supposedly, whatever you believe, right? So in my first story, I got 4 books that are going to cover the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. And every book deals with a person who's born who's not supposed to be born, and they change the course of history. And it's like an alternate timeline. And I'm going to tell you one thing. When you write a book like this, it's a fucking pain in the ass because you got to make sure you get everything right because people will be like, oh, that shit didn't happen in 1892. Dude, historians are fucking crazy. I got kind of like, dude, that was not the right time. It happened at like 3:42 p.m. at like, Jesus Christ. Anyways, that's not the point. The point is that I'm trying to create a long form storytelling that's going to span across and I'm going to do like an anthology kind of series, and it's going to follow these different people. My last book is going to be a serial killer who's the person that has to correct everything, right? So now I put the audience in a mindset where this person is a genuinely horrible person.
And they know it.
And they know it, but it's the only person who can correct everything that's happened in the story.
Before you do this, I don't know how far you are. Death Note, Light Yagami. Are you familiar
Yeah,
with that?
that's my
Yeah.
inspiration. Thank you. That's my
Okay.
inspiration. I always thought, like, was Light Yagami wrong?
Nah, he was killing people who deserved it, right? So
Yeah, like,
wasn't that wrong?
was he really wrong? But like, I wanted to do something where I make people think. I don't like flat characters. I like people who are depth, like 3D. Like you get confused. Like look at, for instance, Thanos. Right? Thanos is not a very linear character. He's got dimensions, and I wanted to create characters that make you think like, yeah, that's fucked up what they're doing, but does the end justify the means? Because that's the world that we live in. Hyatt Riot says, well, woke Disney is even getting Star Wars. I saw the story about the new Star Wars show. The main character is a trans female.
When you use the word woke in the incorrect way, I'll stop and remind you that it's the opposite of ignorance is woke.
Thank you,
It's got
Janie.
nothing to do with being trans or female or any of that. You're using the word the wrong way. You're using the word a way that's been popularized maybe the last couple of years, but prior to that, woke always had to do with black issues. And if they were actually woke, the things that me and Zod are talking about would happen the way that we're asking for it to happen, rather than this style of storytelling. And they're
Janie,
all roasting you for being like 70% alcohol. It's hilarious.
dude, let me tell you something. Okay, I'm Irish, and I realize that. I'm drinking right now.
Yeah.
Here's
I hope, is the door unlocked? The door's unlocked, right?
yeah, we're good. No, here's the deal. Um, I might be drinking, but I want to say this right now. Um, I think when you drink, your real emotions come out, and I'm being real with everybody. I've been real all night. And Chillmonger, I just want to say, uh, thank you for coming on tonight. And you know, how do I say, chilling with me? Oh God, don't subscribe. Here we go. No, thank you for chilling with me. But no, here's the thing. I agree with you. Okay, so I was in a group, Geeks and Gamers. I haven't named them in years. I was in Geeks and Gamers, and I agreed with some of the stuff, but I'm gonna give you guys a story. So here's what happened. I
Uh-oh.
was with, uh,
Hold
I
on.
was
I'll
with.
be your filter because he preferences this with I've been drinking, I like to be real with people. I think that this whatever you're gonna say, because when people talk about other YouTubers, it never turns out nicely. I think you should hold this off and then wait for you to be sober so you can tell the story the way that you want it to be told, rather than going here right now.
Let's just
Jane says
say, go ahead.
Janie says, I like seeing you in chat, but on screen has been cool.
Don't give this man a bigger ego. Look at.
You're not supposed to eat a banana and make eye contact, right, guys? Because it would look awful. You're supposed to do it like this.
Oh Jesus Christ! What have I done here? What have I done tonight? No.
I'm
Um,
just trying to change the topic from what you were gonna go and do.
no. I just want to say I was with a particular group. I left them, and it was because of this woke thing. I'd like to explain this. Like, look, I believe, much like any other group or topic, this woke kind of thing, it exists, okay? And it is a problem. But when you get people who go, I'm getting in it,
Crazy.
banana nut. Oh Jesus Christ! I'm just gonna ignore this because now it's getting rated R in this chat. Um, I think that we have to call out the right things in media that are being skewered. And for me, a lot of it is Disney, but some of it's WB, a lot of other companies. We've seen this with Bud Light. If you're in the gaming space, Call of Duty. There's been a lot of people who've done this. And here's the truth of the matter. when you cry wolf for so long, people don't believe you when you're talking about something that is actually serious. Do you know what I mean when I say that? Like, YouTubers call out so much stuff that when there's a legitimate problem with a product, nobody takes it seriously because you have called out everything else.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that people are missing.
The boy who
The-
cried wolf.
Yes, it's the boy who cried wolf syndrome. When you call out too many things, then the stuff that's important gets missed. And that's where we're at right now. We need to be calling out the things that are really hurting the things that we love, because the companies are clever. They're going to put out all of this shit to get people upset, so that when they call out, so that when they make something, they have the leeway to put in whatever bullshit they want to. And now, when you look at your favorite YouTuber, it's just like, oh, they're getting angry, they're ranting about this and that, and it's watering down, it's deterring the actual criticism with the product. Like, look, when I review stuff, for me, Disney, Marvel, and Chillmonger, I don't know how deep you get with your reviews, but for me, it's not just the story, right? If you have a shitty story, if you at least shoot it well, or the CGI is good, the cinematography, the acting, right? You can compensate
Yeah.
for the problems that the script has. Here's the problem that Disney faces, and I'm glad that you're on here for this chat, because you're really good with this stuff, right? They are releasing, even if we take out the woke shit, right? They are releasing an inferior quality. And that can't be disputed. It's an inferior quality product that
And
they're
what irks
releasing.
me more is it's for the sake of diversity. It's She-Hulk, because there's not many women in Marvel. It's more so a male brand. So She-Hulk comes out and it's got a huge amount of problems, and it's, oh, you are not a female-friendly person, and therefore you are hateful. And all we're trying to do is diversity, and you're mad at us. And we have all these scenes which take you out of the show to call and highlight the female aspect, and they use diversity as an excuse for the bad quality.
Or a crutch. It's a fucking crutch. It's like, oh, you're racist, you're sexist if you don't like something. Well, me or you might call out a shitty CGI scene. Like, look, you named a perfect thing. Look, She-Hulk, I'll be honest with you, I fucking hated that show. The ending was complete trash. But I didn't hate it just because of the diversity push. The quality of the show was terrible, and everybody kissed their ass about it. You know, and it's just like, this is a bad written, bad shot, bad CGI product, and you're pushing it out just to get fucking subscribers. There's no love, there's no passion, there's no care. You know what I mean? You could tell somebody who cares about what they're doing versus somebody just writing as a status quo, right? There's a love and a detail in the old Marvel movies, and I know I reference them a lot. But let me
When you
ask you
say
something.
old, you mean 2008 Iron Man, or old before that?
Yeah, like 2008 Iron Man. Let me ask you something. In that era, what's your favorite movie?
Yeah, Iron Man would be the one.
Yeah, right? And Iron Man, it's a fucking amazing story. With just everything is relatable. It's not about race. It's not about a political message. It's just about fucking real, just genuine feeling. Like,
You know, it had a little bit of a message there. When
I mean,
remember, just say that it was a training exercise. They'll believe it. And the next episode, you see Rhodey going, training exercises went wrong. I was like,
No,
yeah, because usually
but
when you use the military, it's always says promote them and say nice things about them. But I'm like, oh, that never happens in movies. That's weird.
no, but I mean, the thing about that though is it's subtle, right? It's like you get that like little jab, but there's a good film wrapped around that. There's a good product wrapped around that message, and I think that's like look at Full Metal Jacket, The Godfather, any of those old movies, right? They all have every movie in existence. Look, here's the God's honest truth. Every movie made in Hollywood has some kind of message in it. It's
Mhm.
not about if there's a message, it's how it's presented to the audience. It's how they convey the message that matters, right? Like, you can talk about these things, but don't treat your audience like a fucking idiot. When you treat them like children and like you're scolding them about what they're doing versus you're trying to educate and bring another side into the conversation, right? One of my favorite movies, okay? Boys from the Hood. That movie is fucked up. There's a lot of fucking shit in that movie, right? There's a lot of shit when I was growing up. I didn't realize what happened, and I lived in New York. I lived in fucking. I lived in. I lived in upstate New York. I lived in fucking Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, all of that shit, right? I lived in New York. I realized it, but you don't see the problems until somebody goes, "Hey, look at the shit that's happening around you," right? Because you're just trying to hustle and get by and live your life. But you don't realize that that's a fucked up way to live your life,
Because
right?
it's normal. I know. I know what you mean.
It's normalized. It's just like something you see every day.
And then you're
And,
like, but look, in that neighborhood, none of this happens. In this neighborhood, XYZ. And you're like, oh, yeah, I guess there is a problem.
yeah, yeah, right? You're like, "Oh yeah, that shit is real." And you got movies like that. They
Well,
didn't
boys in
preach.
the hood, or you said boys from the hood, but you
No, no, Boys in the Hood.
okay, the LA one or the
Yeah,
Compton
yeah.
one.
Yeah, and you had Ice Cube and all that, and
Oh.
you're watching it and you're going, "Holy shit, yeah, man! I seen this shit every day, and I never did anything about it." I had a drive-by happen at my house. Me, my brother, we were sleeping in our living room,
Was the guy shot
and
named Ricky? No,
no,
that wasn't his name.
that was a good segue. No, we had somebody do a drive-by by our house. We had two drug dealers that lived upstairs. Um, and you know, they did a lot of bad shit. I'm not gonna name who they were on the stream, but they did a lot of
You're
bad
no
shit. They
fun.
were twin brothers,
Yeah,
and they
you're
used to.
giving a little bit too much details. That's all right. You had the bad people were above you. Okay, and then
Okay, bad people were above me.
you're not gonna give a
So
name, but you're gonna give a description like that. That's pretty, you know. If the wrong person is
okay, we
watching this,
had goddamn. All right, we had bad people living above us,
Mhm.
and uh, I remember we had just got done watching anime. It was my first time watching anime. We watched some Ninja Scroll or whatever, and the real ones will know who Ninja Scroll is. If you follow anime.
Mhm.
So we had just got done watching some good anime, and uh, we went to sleep, and we had a drive-by happen. My brother, he's not really my brother, but my brother, he was sleeping on an armchair. I was sleeping on a couch. The bullet that was shot at got caught in the insulation shit,
Oh,
like in between it. And if the bullet had gone through, it would have hit him in his head because he was sleeping on the love seat right by where the insulation was. And they shot at our house. And I seen this shit happened. And it's like that shit is real. And shit like Boys from the Hood and all those other movies that came out in the 90s, they highlight this shit. but we knew what the issues were. We've always known what these problems were. I think that the clever movies, they can bring up these points without beating you over the head with the message of what it is. A good writer can interweave these narratives without having to full on just tell you, oh yeah, this is a strong character. You need to be rooting for them. You know what I mean? And that's the problem that She-Hulk and these other Marvel properties have. It's like, yes, we know this exists. Like, look, this shit with gay rights, right? I grew up in the 90s. I watched this HBO series, and it was about all this fucked up shit that happened. And there was this one case with this gay kid in high school. They beat the shit out of him and killed him because he was gay. And everybody was mad about that. And they should have been. It was fucking wrong. My mom is a lesbian. I don't have a problem with saying that. I love my mom. My dad's an asshole. I can understand why she went with the choice that she did. Okay? My dad was a dick. And my mom went the other, she jumped the other side of the fence. I don't have any issues with that. I'm perfectly fine with it. But my issue is, and whenever I bring this shit up, my issue is with all of the pushing this shit. Like, yes, this is a problem, but you know what? We don't heal this by bringing it up, right? In this kind of way. Like, yes, you should remember these things so we don't repeat it and stuff like that, but we don't heal and make communities better by highlighting all the shitty things that people do. We just don't. You just open old wounds, and it's like a marketing tactic to make people angry just for the sake of being angry. And I think that's Marvel's biggest problem right now. They are trying to make their product, to me, to an audience that doesn't exist. Like, do you care about any of this political shit that's in Marvel right now?
They do. They just don't know how to address it, because if you have if you realize the place that women are in our movies, then address it by having a good movie with the script of Iron Man, except the lead character doesn't have a scene where she sleeps with a news reporter who's a female. Rather, she sleeps with a news reporter who's male. Just you can do the same thing.
Janie Davis says they're feeding the wrong audience.
What
I
did
agree.
she mean when she says that the animals were constantly toasted across the street? I don't get that. What's toasted mean? Like shot at?
Used to live across the street from someone cooking drugs. Motorcycles pick us up all night, and the animals were constantly toasted.
Is that a typo?
Yeah, Janie Davis, you might have to explain that. We are uneducated Americans. No, like I was saying, like I think that
the animals were high.
Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you, Janie Davis.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow.
For me, I think that the problem with Marvel, with DC, with all of these modern filmmakers, it's an overcorrection, right? You had Harvey Weinstein and all this shit that happened in Hollywood, but here's the truth. Hollywood fucked up themselves. They covered this shit up for years. And now all of these movies are being made out of guilt. All of these shows are being made out of guilt. None of it is out of genuinely wanting to change the systemic problems that are happening right now. None of this is out of a willingness to help these other groups. It's
and if
out
you
of
wanted to help
obligation.
a group, look. Everyone knows that black people have the athlete kind of, it's not a stereotype, but it's an athlete. You're either playing some sort of drug person, you're playing the best friend, right? There's like very limited times where black people are there. If you have a movie where the cast is all black, do you do something like The Woman King where you bring it back to times of slavery and like no, don't do that. You're going to spend $50 million on a budget and you're going to cast Viola Davis and Lashana Lynch and John Boyega and you're going to get all these black actors. Do something like they're all in a hospital and everyone's a doctor, or do something where, I don't know, the setting is in the present. Stop going back in the past. I don't want to see black people playing anything past 1900s. Keep it in the current day. Have them all have occupations and do your thing. I think the movie Steve Harvey had, like, Think Like a Man, right? Cool. Everyone had a job. They were interested in, like, Megan Good, and Kevin Hart was there, and they had all these guys fall in love with each, and it was just cool. Sequel. We got a second one. That's how you do it. Don't give me those high budgeted films just so you can show me some like Boys in the Hood or other movies that we get. I don't know what's in the movie theaters now with the black lead, but I'm sure it's not something that's positive, right? Unless I'm completely wrong. I'm pretty. What's the black movie right now in the theaters right now? Oh, The Blackening. Like, if you're gonna do
I gotta be
movie,
honest with you. I think that movie is pretty fucking hilarious.
Yeah, okay, but that's the point, though. I get it. That's the point. But when that's all we're getting, I'd rather just have a horror movie called anything that's not The Blackening. It just so happens that the cast are mostly black. You just never really bring attention to it. But I think the point of that movie is it's kind of I don't know how I can't shoot that one. I get that one.
To be honest with you, and I'm speaking from someone who's seen it. Like, okay, this is a white dude, even though I'm half Puerto Rican. I'm gonna be labeled as white because of the Irish. Yeah. Look, I identify as half Puerto Rican. Fuck you. Everyone can identify as something. Anyways, the point is, I found that movie hilarious because it played to the stereotypes, but that's what I'm talking about. They did it on purpose. It was not to be a message, but more of satirical humor. Yeah. And this is the fine line I'm talking about, is that comedians are suffering right now because you can't talk about shit you used to be able to. Let me ask you something. Do you like comedy specials and things like that?
Yeah, and I love them, and I didn't realize that I loved them. But last year, I was just thinking about all of the ones I've seen, or the times I'd stop on YouTube because I got to see what Bill Burr or DL Hughley are talking about, and I'm like, well, I've seen a lot of these. I must like comedy. I don't know. I just became a comedy fan like that. I didn't realize, but throughout the years, I would never miss a Russell Peters, Dave Chappelle. Like, I'm watching these guys all the time, you know?
So let me ask you something. Like, to me, comedy does break down those racial barriers. I could sit there and watch Dave Chappelle, watch DL Hughley, the fucking kings of comedy, Bernie Mac, Jamie Foxx, DL Hughley, I always forget
Steve Harvey,
Cedric, and Harvey. Yep, Harvey. He's the one I always forget, right? But I could watch those guys and have them just ripping the white people because what they said was fucking true. Let's be honest. Like, everything they talked about was true shit, right? And you can be pissed off all you want. But the fact of the matter is, they spoke the truth. And I think that when it comes to comedy, it has that rare kind of pass for me. Because comedy is supposed to purposely perpetuate stereotypes to call them out and make it easier to talk about. That's what comedy is about. It's starting dialogue, right? It's like when you're in the bar with your friends and you say some shit you would never say in public, right? You're talking with your friends, you're getting drunk, and you say a bunch of shit that you would never fucking say to anybody else. And that, to me, is what comedy was always supposed to be, right? It was like having a drunk conversation, but they did it live and they said it to everybody else. And you're like, fuck yeah. Like, look, I can admit that there's some biases that they mentioned that maybe I had. You're sitting there going like, fuck, man, yeah, I thought that shit, but you're not gonna say it. But you thought it.
That's good, and that's the he wouldn't say that. He said it. Like, that's great. Do you
Yeah,
remember? Did you watch Transformers: Rise of the Beast? There was a little moment
yeah.
where a robot had like he spoke English, but he spoke it like he was Hispanic. And then Noah, the main character, goes, "Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, Poppy, like, how are you?" And then the guy's like, "Hey, you're being racist, though." And then he's like, "What are you talking about? No, it's not. It's not even like that."
Like
I love
that's
that
what I
humor.
mean. Like, and this is the thing that I find so hilarious and kind of sad too is that a lot of comedians don't want to do this comedy because now the age that we're in, everybody calls racism, sexism, whatever, and it's like, look, that's what comedy was based on. You guys would shit a brick if you saw Eddie Murphy Raw or Richard Pryor, right? Those fucking comedians were trendsetters. And the shit that they said, it was not meant to be racism, but it was meant to talk and start a dialogue. And I think that's the problem that we have. And it swings back around to DC and Marvel and everything. Huh? See, I can make a connecting thought here.
Mm.
Uh,
It
it
only
swings
took 2
back.
hours and 25 minutes.
It only took 2 hours and 25 minutes to get to the whole point, right? It swings to the fact that we have already had these discussions. Comedians, other movies, we've been talking about this shit for years. Hollywood is suffering from a case of guilt. They're guilty about Harvey Weinstein and all the fucked up shit that he did, which you motherfuckers should have got rid of. Bill Cosby, let's be real, he's a heinous motherfucker.
Allegedly. Hi, Rebecca.
Oh, come on now.
No, I think
Come on now. You can't honestly
it feels
believe
like he's
allegedly.
guilty, but they only went after him when he wanted to buy NBC, and they're like, whoa, not happening. We're gonna get you.
No. Come on now. Like, he was
I'm
roofing
giving
the
it to
motherfucker.
you. Just continue your point. Yeah, they're guilty about Harvey, and
and OJ. Like, look, there was a lot of people in history. But here's the thing. The only way we are going to combat this, the only way we're going to change this is to be open and honest. People are so scared now. Everyone's like getting ready to cancel you or something like that. And that creates an environment where we're not talking and we're not communicating. Look, everybody in my chat, I'm sure, has different political views, different beliefs. They're different from you and me, right? But at the end of the day, I welcome their opinions because if we don't have an open dialogue to all of this shit, then how are we changing anything?
okay, so how do they do this in Marvel? How do they introduce a political opinion from right wing like? Can you do comedy or messages and superhero stuff with somebody who votes Republican, and they'll say, "Yes, I agree. That was a great joke," or that moment that those values. Like I don't see no one who's gonna be pro life spoken about positively in a Marvel movie.
Here's the thing. I think that the thing with comedy is it transcends a lot of those barriers because whether you're pro life or you're not, there's some comedian that can make a funny joke that we'll both laugh at.
Yeah, like you'll be
You
like,
know what I mean?
you'll see the kid and he's being an obnoxious brat, and then you'd be like, "Yeah, I bet you're not pro life now, are you?"
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think comedy is the best medicine. I've always felt that for years. Like, watching Dave Chappelle, watching Carlos Mencia, watching Chris Rock, whoever, Bill Burr, whatever the comedian is. At the end of the day, if we don't have these conversations, yeah, and Harlot Riot brings up a good point. I think that George Carlin is the greatest comedian that ever touched. Yeah, George Carlin. Look at George Carlin's career. Hardcore, like hardcore liberal. But when he got on stage, he was equal. He realized both sides do fucked up shit. and he talked about both ends. That's what we need.
We can't have that because when you just said it right now, when he got on stage and then he's off stage, he didn't have a Twitter profile which had, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now we all have our online profiles, so whatever we are, and I mean politically, if we're on the team of liberal or conservative, whatever we are that 24 hours. We're that when someone is just scrolling through, they look at what you said 5 days ago, and it's just as relevant. Like you're actively some identity all the time now. And George Carlin's days, you weren't. It was, I wonder if he changed his mind. Let's see what he says on that talk show. I wonder if he changed his mind. Let's see what he says on stage. He's in a movie. I wonder what character he plays. And now we're constantly that. So the division is ever present.
Let me ask you something. To you, okay? And the reason why I always invite you on and why I highly respect your channel, you seem to be pretty logical. To me,
Thank you.
no, I'm dead ass serious. Like, to me, you break things down in a way that makes sense, and I don't get the feeling like you're leaning towards one way or another. But
I don't, yeah.
yeah, and to me, like, how do you keep your objectivity? What is your
I'm
like?
not. That's the thing. I'm not keeping my objectivity. I don't. I just give you me. If it so happens that I lean objective some ways, that's cool. Like, okay, Tena Huerta, you know what's going on with him and his woman stuff. I'm pretty not choosing a side because it's just so there's a woman who plays the saxophone who says that man over there, predator, not a good guy, and I'm like, okay. I didn't see a photo. I don't have any evidence, but you seem to be with them. All right. Here comes Tana Cuerta with a big statement. You know, I've already got a legal team. I'm trying to defend it. And I'm just like, oh, there's two people with two opinions. I'm not privy to any of the evidence, and I don't care. If you call that me being objective, fine, I'm being objective, but I'm also just being the way I am and not ready to accuse or pick because I have some sort of like softness towards women who are abused or something like that, or maybe I have a loved one, or maybe I have someone who's been through that. I don't have a need to side with her immediately. Likewise with a male, being male and knowing that women can, like Amber Turd and other things.
Okay, let me ask you the big $1,000 question, which I'm not gonna lie, I had a super secret agenda. Jonathan Majors, I think we share the same opinion.
I saw so much evidence that I have
think
enough
it's
to be on his side.
I think it's bullshit. Where do you lean with this?
It is malarkey. This woman is on camera going up to his penthouse. She was alone. There's no way that he put hands on her because on the way to the penthouse, she's using her fingers to push the button, right? I mean, if your fingers are injured and all that, you got injured in the apartment when you were alone on a drunken stupor. Sleeping pills were right there. You told the cops that. You have all these suicidal text messages that you were sending to him. You are in the condition you're in because of you. When Majors rushes home, finds you, and dials 911 for your medical attention, it is so wrong that the cops who came on that site orchestrated some sort of story where Jonathan Majors was choking her and every injury on her was Jonathan Majors' fault. Majors found you in his home, behind a closet. And according to Majors, what came out yesterday or 2 days ago, a handyman was called by Majors to open that door that she was in. She was like in a walk-in closet. They found her half naked. Now, you got a witness who can attest to this, right? It's not Majors only. Majors is saying there's a witness there. Majors is saying that when we were in the car together, there was a witness who was driving it. There was a surveillance camera. You can see what Majors is getting out of the car. She's tugging and pulling him back. Well, if he just abused you, would you be like, oh, come back here, wait, I still got teeth? That wouldn't happen. Everything. And then she goes to the club afterwards and he's got she used his credit card, so he knows what club she went to, thank God. And you can see in the video in the club, she's all dancing, she's drinking, having not an issue, and it's not like she just got hands put on her. There's so much evidence reading this Majors case against her and for him that I now can be so sturdily on Majors. Does that mean I'm not being objective anymore, or does that just mean I'm being true to facts?
And you know what? I 100% agree with you because I've been saying this, and did I not say this when you were on stream? I called this before this evidence came out. I said I am 100% certain this is a bunch of bullshit because here's the thing, like I just the way everything happened. This seemed like an assassination.
Wow.
An assassination of character. This is a man. Look, here's the thing. I've not been crazy about Disney products, but Jonathan Majors has put in a great performance, and I have been pretty fucking spot on with my reads with people. When Ezra Miller first did The Flash, I said, I don't know why. I once watched a movie called Something About Kevin, right? And when he played in that movie, I said, he plays a sick fuck really well. Now, this is not proof he's a sick fuck, but he plays a really sick son of a bitch really well. And I just got this icky feeling about him, right? And a couple of years, now flash forward a couple of years later, all this shit is coming out about him. And I said, Jonathan Majors, I don't know why. When I see this guy, I don't get that feeling. I don't get a feeling like he's an asshole. He seems like a pretty chill guy. Like, I'd have a couple drinks with him if we were in that position, you know, you just chilling, happen to run into him and be like, hey, let me buy you a drink, you know, whatever. I had this feeling like he's that kind of guy. Like, he's cool, he's chill, he's whatever, you know? He's just trying to live his life.
Yeah.
And for some fucking reason, I just had this feeling he was not an asshole. And here we are, and I'm going to add this on the stream. And here we are. And I think Disney made another fucking costly mistake.
Nah, they didn't do anything. They haven't acted. They haven't recasted him. They haven't even spoken on him. They're just chilling. And plus, because everything's been delayed, Secret Wars and Kang Dynasty's all a year later, they can just like wait it out. He'll have his court date in August, and this will all be done, and everything will be back to normal when he wins this case. I want to show you this though. Variety, with their exclusive, this was back in April 19.
Oh, hold on a second. I just want to say that, hey, Riot. He said, time for me to head out. Got to go to work tomorrow.
Cheers.
Cheers. Hope you have a good time at work. And thank you. I haven't seen you in a while. If you guys haven't known, Hi Riot is an awesome dude. And dude, Siler304, give me an email. I will more than want to have you back on my show. It's just been crazy fucking couple of months for me, but dude, you've been there since the beginning. I'm sorry, continue. I just wanted to get
when they say that issues worsen, there's more, and read the language here, more alleged abuse victims who are, quote, cooperating with the DA's office. Cooperating doesn't mean that they're giving their story of the time that he choke slammed and leg dropped them. It just means they cooperated. Hey, did you used to date Jonathan Majors? Yes. Did he ever hit you? No. Oh, thanks for cooperating. Bye. And because there's the woman he was dating, his ex, and then there's that phone call you just made. Now that makes multiple. That's, you know, they're saying that they're.
Hold on. Did you hear about that college professor that supposedly came out and said, oh, yeah, Jonathan Majors was a terrible person, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. His name is Nikolai.
Yep. Dude. Biggest fucking bullshit. This is the celebrity syndrome. Everybody is going to come out of the woodwork, and you got to see through that smoke and mirrors bullshit. They're going to come out of the woodwork, and they're going to start slandering him because there is something monetary in it for them. There is no fucking proof. There is not a shred of evidence.
And he said that. There was a second guy named A.B. Allen, and he tweeted, I've known about this guy, and I'm so glad that everyone knows now he's such a jerk for being abusive, right? And then he made his account private. And then all everyone knew was those tweets that he put. But little do we know, he actually tweeted right afterwards. He tweeted, "Oh, I didn't know about no physical abuse. I just heard he was a jerk to the woman he was dating." And then his account was private as he said that. So while everyone's taking the news story, oh, did you see what this director who used to know Jonathan Majors said? This guy at the college that went to Jonathan Majors, and it's like, it's useless. It's just piling on him when a news story came on to besmirch him, and then we got Variety saying this story about how there's multiple women, and I don't know. They went to court. They had a couple of hearings. Nothing about the multiple women has shown up yet. So maybe the multiple women who are cooperating, who are alleged victims, maybe they'll come out on August 3rd. But until then, like, there's just so much evidence that's against her that it's very clear that he wasn't putting hands on her. These other women, all they can do is basically be character witnesses, speaking on Majors' past. And you know, it's not like he's gonna have a camera footage or nothing to prove them wrong. So it's just a useless freaking.
It's a fucking charade. Like, look, we went through this with Johnny Depp.
We did.
Okay, here's the thing. I heard Amber Heard's testimony, right? And then I heard Johnny Depp's testimony. Amber Heard did not have a good recollection about everything that happened. Johnny Depp fucking detailed what he was drinking when the shit happened.
He had a mega
For
pint.
me, when you tell a lie, okay, you can't get every specific detail right because you're fucking lying, right? But when you are 100% accurate, when you are certain about what happened, so you can remember every detail of that night. You can remember everything that happened because it's not a lie. You know what happened. And here's the thing. For me, I since the beginning, and this isn't a bias to Jonathan Majors just because I think he's a great actor, I don't get that feeling I've got when I watch Ezra Miller or somebody else. Like, that's a creepy fucking person, right? Like, Ezra Miller, I looked at him and I go, dude, that dude has like 11 fucking kids in his fucking basement. Like, he just fucking freaks me out. Like, when I looked at Jonathan Majors, I don't get that feeling. Like, yeah, maybe he's a dick on set. Maybe he has demands or whatever. You know, the normal Hollywood shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I never got the feeling like he's sitting there beating the shit out of some woman. Like, I don't get that kind of feeling from him. I think that it's a bunch of fucking propaganda. She said,
if you want to allege crimes about an adult male, then there should be women from his past feeling safe to come out with their own allegations because people don't suddenly become abusers.
Exactly. Like, where are all these women coming from? Like, here's the thing. Jonathan Majors, before Creed, like, I watched him in that one shitty show. What was it? Poe Country or something country.
Oh,
It was on Lovecraft Country. Like, look, I fucking hated that show. But I watched Jonathan Majors and I said, that dude, he's going places, right? You know, when you see that one actor and you go, that guy's got something. I don't know what it is, but he's carrying a lot of this show. And I said, that guy's gonna be a fucking star, right? I watched Creed. I watched Ant-Man just because he was in it. And I said, you know what? He's the best part.
I can do that with pro wrestlers, but not with actors.
See, I'm the opposite. Like, there's a certain charisma. You can see the X factor, right? When you watch one particular actor, and despite the shitty movie, their performance is so good. You're like, that guy, he's gonna carry something good. And I said, Jonathan Majors, that guy's got it. I don't know what it is, but he's got it. He gets it. Like, he's going places. And to me, look, I don't cry race on this channel. I never have. But it's kind of fucking suspicious that you're throwing the black man completely under the bus and not hearing any fucking evidence on his side. Like, all of these fucking articles, man, everything that's come out. Like,
Everything
where's his.
until the insider article from 3 days ago. Until that, everything's been so against him. TMZ had a couple of neutral, reporting. So salute to TMZ. But if you're talking Deadline and Hollywood Reporter,
Fucking
nah.
Deadline, a Hollywood Reporter, fucking rags. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, here's
Here, one thing. The cop was wearing a body camera. So we'll see that and there were 6 of them who were on site. We'll see exactly how biased they were, and we'll see whether or not Majors is telling the truth. Did the cop actually say to the woman, say he choked you? Is that on camera? Because if it is, then that's just a bad look. And he might have a case and win that against the police officers. Will they be fired? I don't know, but he'll win.
Rebecca said a great statement. She says, "So I'm sorry, I don't automatically believe allegations." Exactly. Like, to me, here's the thing. I've always been about, and I think this is a big reason why I've got the people I've got. I've always been about show me the proof. I want to see irrefutable proof that you have against a certain person. Like, look, this is not to downplay sexual assault or any of that fucked up shit that happens, right? Women get assaulted. There's a failure of our justice system to protecting women who have these allegations. But show me the proof. Show me the video. Show me the pattern of abuse to these women, right? Show me a concrete pattern and him talking shit to people. Okay, Chillmonger, how much of the Johnny Depp shit did you follow?
Decent amount.
Okay, so you know that Amber Heard was abusive to her TAs and the people who brought her coffee and shit, right? To
Okay.
me, okay, so she abused people who were just running her coffee or her scripts or whatever the fuck the case was, right? She was abusive to all of those low level people. So for me,
Yeah.
that's a pattern. It's a pattern of being abusive to these low level staff. So what I'm saying is, for me, you need to show me evidence of somebody having a track record of abusing people lower than their station. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Your staff.
your staff, right? If you're abusing your staff, then for me, that by logical reasoning, you are abusing people who are higher than that, right? Like, you get someone like Johnny Depp. He's gonna fucking pay for everything that you have. So logically, I have no problem making the leap that, yeah, if you abuse a TA, you're obviously gonna abuse someone who is, a big time actor. You're gonna ask for roles and things like that. It's just a
And the
logical.
biggest lie in Hollywood is that roles aren't given to women who sleep with guys who have power to do that, or at least the guys who want to sleep with that woman. So they'll be like, maybe I'll get closer. A lot of the attraction of women and stuff supersedes talent. A lot of times.
Janie Davis says at General Zod, the choking is a really important part of the allegations. It can kill you after hours or days after the throat damage. It's a huge risk and it counts for sentencing. Yeah. But but the big question, Janie Davis, the big question is, did he actually do it?
She
Was
told the
it
cops that, and then when they went to the hearing in May, there was a hearing on May 26th or something. They pulled that. The district attorney did not use, and it was May 9th. The district attorney all of a sudden had those charges missing. No longer was it because you can see on the police body camera that her neck was uninjured, right? So they're like, oh, okay, we're not going to use that one.
so? Yeah. So then my question is, right? If Jonathan Majors did this shit, why are you pulling a charge that can be damning, right? Like, where's the bruise marks? Where's the if you choke someone, right? You're gonna have handprints. You're gonna have red around their throat, things like that. And then she's dancing and she's at another club. Come on, like it doesn't track. The shit doesn't make sense, and that's what I'm saying. Like this feels to me like Johnny Depp all over. And look, a couple of years later, chill, we might be wrong. He could be a complete
No, there's no
asshole.
way we're wrong. Nope, absolutely not. He sent them text messages throughout the night because he broke up with her, and she not once said, "You put hands on me." It doesn't reference it at all.
Like to me, like look, I agree with you 100%. I've been on a train. I brought it up in Perp Stream and I said, look, here's a controversial take. I think he's innocent.
Yeah.
I think he's 100% innocent. I think he's being railroaded. And this is the biggest thing that pisses me off with the Ezra Miller situation because we have proof. We have him on camera fucking choking people and shit like that, right? And he's still in the fucking flash. But Jonathan Majors, we don't got shit proving he did not a thing remotely close to abuse. And this is my whole thing. Like, I think this is all a crock of shit. I don't know what the full story is. Like who knows? Maybe he said something, he did something that the big fucking overlords of Hollywood didn't like, and now they're trying to throw him under the bus. But I think this is a crock of shit. I will always feel this way, and I don't think that there's any fucking substantial evidence to prove that he should be removed from anything. I think that Disney will make a fucking tragic mistake if they get rid of him. That's my personal opinion. I think that if Disney is smart, they're gonna fucking wait it out.
Yeah.
And they're gonna fucking go through with King Dynasty. Like, look, here's my view. As movies, I do not like the direction of Disney whatsoever. But that being said, I do not believe in my heart and soul that you should railroad someone because of bullshit allegations that are not proven. I don't. I think it's the problem that Hollywood faces. Like, okay, Harvey Weinstein happened. Yes, we should take this shit seriously. But we have to have a point where there's real evidence, when there is real proof that the person who's being accused did what they said that they were doing. What is the saying? Proving guilt, innocent until proven guilty, right? Innocent
Yeah,
until
that's how
proven
it goes. I
guilty.
thought everyone knew that. That took way too long to roll off your tongue. I have a hot take. With Harvey Weinstein, all the women who did get shortcuts, those women are villains because you're still, and you didn't have to come out. You didn't have to speak on it. You're a villain.
Janie Davis said, Mr. Zod, Phantom Zone. If she previously physically attacked, she may be confused that the action applies to which assault. You would be surprised how fallible memories are. Yes, and Janie, I get what you're saying. You do bring up logical points, but here's the thing. The camera footage and the body camera footage does not substantiate what she claimed. And she herself pulled some of those claims. She said she was coerced into saying he choked her. She was coerced into making a statement that was not true. I would like to bring that up. Like, chill. You've been following this for a while, right? Like, she was coerced by the police to say this shit. And she said this herself. She did not want to say what she said. Now, we could take this as, oh, an abuse. She's gone through some shit. There's that possibility. I'm not going to deny that. But the evidence does not support that fact. Not in the least bit. So what are you showing us right now?
That there's no marks on her neck, and that this was given to TMZ from Major's lawyer, which means it's a video. Right now, I'm showing you the screenshot. But you see the little play button in the center? That means video. So one day we're going to have that to press play and to actually watch these police officers literally force her to say some or coerce her to say something that damns him.
JD says that, General Odds. I'm not following case. I'm doing the devil's advocate thing again. Working on it. No, JD Davis. I get what you're saying. No, it's a good point, right? It's the way the case is. We're still not sure about all the facts, but when you provide evidence like that, and remember, Chillmonger, they were saying to us they're going to provide evidence that she was not assaulted. And to me, even in that clip, right, she's pale as shit. I do not see any fucking marks whatsoever. Like, look at me, okay? I'm pale as shit. Look at my shoulders right here, right? I got a little bit of red. I was running in the sun, and I got some fucking red marks, okay? Because I'm white as shit. So, I'm just saying, if you are white as shit and you get hands laid on you, that's going to be pretty fucking apparent. Like, you're not going to be able to hide the fact that you've been assaulted by someone. And Jonathan Majors is not a small guy. He is a pretty fucking buff dude. If he lays hands on you, you're going to fucking know it. I'm just saying.
You're not going to the club drinking, using your hand to hold a drink and buy things. You're not going to be dancing, talking to a DJ. And the DJ is a witness on Major's part who's going to testify for him. Do you see her over there on the right side?
Yeah, look at that.
She's got her hand that she's holding both of these drinks. Like, she's pretty good. The injured finger must have happened when she was alone and she was on those sleeping tablets and mixing them with alcohol. Here she is again, dancing. You see her there. That's her hand. She's perfectly fine. Like, that's not someone who's in pain because Majors just destroyed you, She's good.
Dude, I watched Creed 3. Yo, I was thinking the whole time that motherfucker punched me and I'd be out like light. Like, this does not look like somebody who's been assaulted. Like, look. Here's the thing, and this is the thing that pisses me off with Amber Heard and everybody else. The people in my chat, okay, and this is real talk, the people in my chat have gone through fucked up shit. So they know. They know when somebody is totally bullshitting because they've been through it.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to everybody in this chat who's been through some kind of fucked up shit. I commend you because you have gotten out of that.
Lemon pie's been through the worst of all the pies. Lemon?
Yeah, like lemon pie is the realest pie. No, but it's like they've been through some shit. And here's the thing. Like, you can recognize when people are bullshitting you. So to me, this seems like a crock of shit. And I don't understand. Like, we're supposed to be in this age where it's like Black Lives Matter and all this. Why are we throwing the black man who is making something of themselves and doing something
And
good?
heroic and phoning the police or phoning 911 for her medical help, even though she was scratching and clawing him all night long and he just broke up with this girl, and you're concerned about her because she sent you some text messages saying she's gonna take herself, and you're running up and you're like, oh, gotta get help for her. She's half naked and that's the guy who you want to vilify? That's the hero.
I don't understand it, Showmonger. That's the thing that got me. To me, okay, and everybody in chat who's still here, all 5 people, I don't give a shit. Do you know anybody who abuses someone and then calls 911 and makes sure that they're okay? I don't know anybody who would beat the shit out of someone and then call 911 and make sure that they're all right. Like, to me, that does not make sense. Maybe it was because I was born in 1984 and I have outdated views, but I don't believe that anybody who was a abusive asshole who would call somebody to help the person out, like, to me, they love them. They want to make sure that they're okay. That's what I'm saying. And this is the shit that pisses me off with, like, Ezra Miller or Alec Baldwin and stuff like that, right? We're putting Jonathan Majors in this category of those kind of assholes, and I don't buy it. I can't. Like, I am an advocate of fuck Ezra Miller, fuck Alec Baldwin, right? Alec Baldwin fucking killed somebody. Let's be real, right? He legitimately killed someone. I don't give a shit what you say. He pulled the fucking trigger. He was responsible for that, right? Ezra Miller robbed people and choked them. We have him on fucking camera doing the shit. And now we have Jonathan Majors. And where's the fucking proof? Where is the proof that this guy ever fucking laid a hand on a woman? I want to know, where is that proof? Because for me, I've not seen a goddamn thing.
Well, we gotta go to court. We gotta go to court on August 3rd, and maybe, possibly, another woman exists who will pledge, oh, he actually hurt me. But that's the most that we can get because he didn't do it to her. And you know what I want? I want the district attorney's office to not drop the charges. Go to court and look like an idiot so we can hear not guilty.
Rebecca has a great point. She says, this sounds like top-notch manipulator move.
Yeah, just fresh out of a breakup.
Yeah. She said, but you would have to be damn talented to pull that off. Yeah, I agree with you, Rebecca. This shit to me sounds like more Amber Heard shit. And you know the biggest thing that pisses me off about this Chillmonger? The biggest thing that pisses me off is that there is real life cases with women who deal with this shit. And they're going to be ignored or questioned because of these bitches who come out and they say this horrendous shit. And they destroy someone who didn't do what they said they did. Let's go back to the fucking 90s, right? The decade I'm around, right? Look at Mike Tyson and Robin Givens. That fucking cunt accused Mike Tyson of all of this shit. None of it was proven. And this is back in the 90s. You don't have the video fucking evidence or whatever else, right? So it's just her word against Mike Tyson. And years later, it's fucking proven this bitch was a money-hungry fucking cunt who wanted to just take this man down. He lost his fucking manager, Customato, who was a great fucking guy. He lost him, and Don King stepped in, fucked up his career, right? We all know about Don King, let's be real. And Mike Tyson went on like this spiritual fucking journey because of these fucking people in his life. Like, Robin Givens is a fucking whore. I don't fucking care. Come at me. I don't give a shit. Robin Givens was a fucking whore. She had no fucking evidence against Mike Tyson. Not a bit. Okay, yes, he bit off Holyfield's ear. You know what? You stay fucking calm after all these fucking people come after you. That's all I gotta say. You know what? Iron Mike had a fucking great point. My point is, Iron Mike, he went through all of this shit, and now listening to him and seeing him in all these movies or and stuff like that, I don't know how much you know about Mike Tyson, but he's a cool guy, right? You see him in like The Hangover and all this shit with him having a lion and shit like that, and it's
He gives the
funny.
best interviews.
He gives the best interviews. Fuck it. I love an Iron Mike Tyson interview. He's like, "Hey guys, I just want to say, don't fucking hit me, my Iron Mike. I love you."
Remember when he fought last year? He actually fought who was it? Sugar Ray?
Sugar Ray. He fought Sugar Ray. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's fucking ridiculous because if we would have had the evidence that we have now, I have a gut feeling Mike Tyson would not have been prosecuted the way he was. And I'll take it a step further. Michael Jackson. Let's go to Michael Jackson, okay? I don't know how you feel about this, but fucking Michael Jackson, I feel, got railroaded so bad. All of these kids who came out and all this shit, right? None of it was ever proven to me. Nothing was ever proven that Michael Jackson ever fucking laid a hand on those kids.
When he died, they made a Netflix documentary, documentary. The guy who was the witness actually said he didn't do it, and they had like record of him saying he didn't do it, and he was part of this documentary at the same time.
But they condemned him. And it's like, Michael Jackson to me, okay, if you ever have a chance, watch this movie called The Jackson 5. His father was a piece of shit. To me, Michael Jackson was a person who never got to live their childhood. They never got to be a kid. And he was trying to relive that. Like, was it weird?
I do that all the time. I buy stuff that I didn't have as a kid. I'll be like, man, let me get one of those things.
Hold on a second. I got something to show y'all. All right, hold on a second
Beyblade.
because
watch. He's gonna have the coolest, niftiest thing that we all.
I just got a yo-yo
just because I needed a yo-yo when I was 10. Didn't have a yo-yo. I purchased my own yo-yo just because that's the thing.
Okay, so look at this shit right here.
What is it?
My girl, I'm a huge fan of The Evil Dead. My girl brought me an action figure of Ash from The Evil Dead. Right? I have that need to get these collectibles. I have a Doom Unicron thing that bitchy brought me, you know, like the Unicron uniform that the Doom guy would wear. Like, we all have this.
We relive our childhoods. Peter Pan, whatever it is.
Peter Pan, yeah.
If I had the money to get like some sort of Dragon Ball Z world going on, I'm doing Dragon Ball Z world.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, we all have this need to relive our childhood. And for me, I don't believe Michael Jackson did what they said he did, because I can understand that need to want to be a kid. And it doesn't mean that you're a fucking pervert or that you molested these kids or whatever else that they're saying, because there's a lot of kids who came out and said that was fucking bullshit. Okay? And I just don't believe, like, even his kids said he was a good, loving father. And for me, I have a daughter. That's enough for me. Like, if your kids can come out and say that your father didn't do the shit that that they're accusing him of, he had a lot of demons. His dad was a piece of shit. And I have a father who's not the greatest father in the world. I can believe that. And it's the same thing here. Like, all of these accusations, all of the shit that we have, right? Uh, I can't believe it. Rebecca says, I'm so furious. And when MJ died, that evil bitch committed suicide. Yeah, like I don't think that I don't think that uh, Michael was as bad as they said that he was. I don't think that. I think that we don't have the proof or the technology.
Daddy issues, anyone?
Yeah, like, look, like, yeah, JD Davis said that. Yo, daddy issues, anyone? Yeah, like, I don't believe it, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't see where the evidence was. Like, if you get acquitted from those kind of charges,
Yeah.
I don't see where where you were, because that sick accuser has made me furious. She says, and the fact that he ran out committing suicide, it just makes me so enraged. Yeah, like Rebecca, I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I'm not trying to turn this into a racial thing, but this swings back to Jonathan Majors. It's pretty fucking suspicious that the black guy gets all of this shit. You know what I'm saying, man? Like, I mean, come on.
When the cops showed up on the scene, they said he's guilty. He definitely is responsible for her, and they had their bias. When the news articles saw, oh, he's been arrested, they had their bias and they knew he was guilty before even really looking into any of it. And a lot of these guys have their names on these articles. It's not just Variety, it's written by Rebecca Ruin or whoever it is. And I will never read an article from a person like that again.
Let me ask you something, Shellmonger, and once again, I'm so glad that you're on here tonight. Thank you for coming on, because I've been going for 3 hours now, and you've been hanging tight. Let me ask you something as a black man.
Don't call me
Because
black. You don't know what I am.
dude,
be-
okay, as a
Just ask me a
Milano.
question. No, but I purposely do that. I don't like giving you guys anything about me. You don't know my real name. You don't know. You know where I live, right? You know what country I'm in.
I know what country you're in.
That's about all you guys know about me. Call me chill. So give me your question as human to human from the north to the south. Let's talk.
So, Schumacher, let me ask you, as the north from the south, let me ask you a question. Like, personally, have you come up to these kind of biases where you feel like there is, like, some kind of weird, maybe racial thing motivated in these kind of decisions that are happening? And here's the irony. Hollywood is claiming diversity, right? But they're throwing the black man under the bus. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
But do you feel like they're throwing the black man under the bus? They're trying to accuse the black man right away without any fucking proof.
It's like they're self-snitching on themselves, or they're overvaluing women who are treated, because they just, like you said, we just came off Harvey Weinstein, so women are right, and so that's the mentality that I have, and I'm pro woman. I'm so pro woman that I'm gonna give this guy not a fair shake. That's probably a little bit of it.
Rebecca says, like, seriously, all I see in the media is pure misogynistic, and I'm sick and tired of it. Yeah, that's the view that's going on, because here's the sad fucking truth of it. Like, it's they're trying to claim diversity, but at the same time, they're being prejudiced in the view that they're claiming. They're like, oh yeah, we're diverse and shit like that, but let's throw the only black fucking character that we have. I'm sorry, Rhodey, but you know what I mean. Let's throw the fucking highly liked black man underneath the fucking bus.
over
Because
a
why
police
not?
arrest. Oh, just because he was arrested. If he was not arrested, would they be going this hard? I don't know. But maybe this will make them rethink the validity of a police officer arrest and understand that there could be bias even in those cases. Like they probably go, oh, well, this is a cop. Protect and serve. They know what they're doing, so they don't just put handcuffs on anybody. He must be a reasonable amount of suspicion for them to get him on this charge. And so they went with the narrative that he's guilty. I mean, they didn't say he's guilty, but they obviously worded their titles in a way that highlighted how bad he is. Like he'll go to court, she'll change her story from "he choked me" and now that's not a charge, but the headline will be "Majors faces a year maximum if he's found guilty." How's that your headline? She changed her story, guys. It happened in the same day, and you want to tell me about how? Well, when you combine all of these charges, if he's guilty, that's how much he gets. What? I don't care. Yeah, 12 months, sure. We know how bad these charges are. Just tell me what happened in court that day that changes everything.
And here's the thing. This is why I want to talk to you about this, because I feel like you and me are kind of like on an island because nobody wants to really dip their toes in this. They don't really want to talk about it. They don't want to side one way or the other. And I feel like, and I called this with Johnny Depp, and everybody who watches me, everybody who follows me, 1.2K on my videos, you guys know. I fucking called that Johnny Depp was innocent. I said I don't fucking believe a fucking word out of that cunt's mouth. Do I
What
think
did you
she's
know
hot?
though? Did you know she cheated with James Franco, and did you know about that stuff?
Oh yeah, that bitch clearly cheated. Come on, she's
So when you know her and you get her character, you're like, yeah, there's no way Johnny Depp is guilty. She's not a reliable person. And I saw the video. I mean, when you see the video of "I didn't punch you, I hit you," or when she's recording him and he's like having a fit, and then she smiles at
and he's slamming cupboards. Look, here's the thing. I refuse to believe that there is a fucking man out there who hasn't done some kind of shit. Like, look, when I get mad at Bitchy, I talk a lot of shit. But do I mean that shit? And am I gonna do it? Fuck no, because Bitchy will put me in my place. You know what I mean? Like, a real one is going to tell you, hey, look, here's the deal. Shut the fuck up.
it.
And here's the thing: when you're in love, you're gonna be like, "Fuck you! I do what I want, right? I'm a man." But you gotta go back at the end of the night and say, "Honey, I was just playing." You know, like people ain't gotta admit this shit on camera. I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you. Look, I argue with Bitchy. We get into our spats. But here's the real deal. She is going to tell me to shut the fuck up, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go to bed, and I'm gonna forget about it because I love my woman, and I want to get ass. So here's the thing, like, you know what I mean? Like, I love my girl, and I'm just gonna fucking let the shit go. That's the real. Look, that's the real deal story. Like, if you love
It's a
the person
formula
you're
that
with,
works. Yes.
if you love the person you're with, you're gonna let shit go. And you're gonna get angry, you're gonna slam shit, you're gonna say stupid shit you don't mean. But at the end of the day, it's all bullshit. You're just bullshit posturing, you're puffing your chest, you're being a man, you're trying to establish your dominance. But let's be real. At the end of the day, you're gonna fucking cave to your woman because you love her. And that's the truth. Like, when you are in love, you're gonna say all the shit. You're gonna talk your shit, but you're going to apologize and walk that shit back. That's been my experience. I don't know, Chill. I don't know if you got a woman or you know what I'm talking about, but like,
I
you're
don't know
gonna.
either. I don't know. What's a woman? What is a woman?
But like for real, you're gonna say, hey, I
I want to
you're
get
like,
ass. I am saying
yeah,
that.
lemon pie put it best. I want to get ass. Zod 2023. Yeah, I want to get ass. I'm gonna shut the fuck up, and I'm going to like concede and she wins the fucking argument. Because at the end of the day, you love your girl, and that's just how it's gonna be. But with like people like Amber Heard or this bitch who is talking about Jonathan Majors, they're gonna try to twist the shit
Yeah.
and make it look like these people are devils, and I don't buy it. I don't buy any of it.
The harder you push, the more I'm gonna push back.
Yeah, yeah. At the end of the day, it's going to be about consistency and what I physically see as evidence. Like, look, at the end of the day, we have camcorders, we have body footage, we have
Text messages
testimony.
and credit card statements because she was using his credit card and going to the club. Yeah, we got a lot.
Dude, like, look, if you are mad at your girl, how many dudes are going to let her use their credit card number? Like, dude, like, when I heard that shit, like, look, if I get into a fight with my girl, I damn sure am not gonna give her my fucking money. Like, it doesn't make sense, man. Am I wrong? Would you,
Doesn't make sense.
if you were mad at your girl, would you let her use your credit card to go clubbing, get drinks, and all that shit?
Nope. And she had access to my home because she had the key. She even said a couple days ago the Rolex watches were missing, and like that, the cops did not act on that. The cops did not care.
Dude, like, there's so much shit where I'm just like, yo, this does not make sense to me, and maybe I'll wind up eating my words later. But
Maybe.
I'm going to go on record right now, and I don't know if you're going to go on record with me, but I'm going to say I do not think Jonathan Majors is guilty. I don't.
Ditto.
I don't think he's guilty. I think that if he gets accused for everything, it will be a gross fucking injustice to our justice system. And I'll go a step further. If he gets accused for shit and Ezra Miller is still on a movie, I will fucking be pissed.
We know that's not happening. We know the only reason Flash went the way it went because the movie was already filmed after some of these kidnappings and the Hawaii thing. All that was, I mean, the choke still happened still. So, but they filmed all that afterwards, and that's why Flash happened. Ezra Miller is out of any major studio, and you can prove that because last year hasn't been in any movies at all. Like hasn't been filming anything. There's nothing we're expecting after Flash. It's it. That's it's over. Unless some like independent really wants to give Ezra Miller a shot. That's the only time we're gonna see a movie with Ezra.
Dude, and I am not joking. Like, literally.
Let me add something. You said that you think that he's not guilty, right? I believe he's not guilty, even stronger than think.
No, I agree with you. I believe wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put myself out here, and I hope this doesn't bite me on my ass. But honestly, dude, there's some people I can look at, and I could say, yeah, they're not guilty, right? Like I did it with Johnny Depp, and I was fucking right. And I'm telling you right now, I do not believe, and timestamp this. We're at 3 hours and 22 seconds into my live stream that was just supposed to be me talking about personal shit, whatever. I think and I believe wholeheartedly with that Jonathan Majors is not guilty whatsoever of any of these charges. I think that it's a railroad job, and maybe he is an asshole. You know what I mean? Maybe he's said some things to people or whatever. I think he might be guilty of typical Hollywood shit, but I don't think that he is guilty of abusing a woman. I don't think he's laid a hand on a woman, and I will fucking eat crow if any of that comes out. But I don't believe he did that.
Yeah.
Because name me one abuser in the history of abusing people that calls 911 and helps their their woman out. Like, that doesn't happen.
You see, and the
That
crazy
doesn't
thing is,
happen.
when this news story broke, we didn't know he was the one who actually called police. We just know police, domestic violence. That's all we knew. So, okay, it doesn't look like it's good. When we hear he's the one who actually phoned them, then that makes you go, oh, that's weird, because people don't assault and then tell on themselves. So we should have all raised our eyebrows the very next day after the news story broke, and he was back in like out of custody and was speaking for himself and through TMZ and through his lawyer. We should have all believed him then. We should have all taken a pause and listened to him tell us that he has all this evidence instead of waiting for 2 days ago when he breaks down all his evidence and he didn't show us everything. But the person writing the insider article said, I saw surveillance video that they shared with me. He gets out of the car. She's yanking at him, trying to get him back in. And when we combine that with the footage of the club and everything, we know, we believe he's innocent.
Rebecca makes a great point. She says, at General Zod's Phantom Zone, I want hospital doctor records. Yeah, let's see that. Let's see look, if you abuse someone, right? You choke them, you lay hands on them. There's hospital records. Let's see that shit. Let's see doctors.
She's keeping that to herself. They have it because she did go to the hospital, but she hasn't shared that.
Yeah. Let's see the hospital records. What did they say, right? She's keeping it to herself. Now, is that hospital record going to say, oh, yeah, there were handprints or whatever else, right? Because he's a big dude.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see Creed 3? This motherfucker hands. Like, you lay hands on someone, he's gonna fucking pop on that thing. Like you're gonna have handprints, red marks. I want to see that shit in the hospital report.
I'm so confused how people could be so intimate with a loved one. You're like sharing a bed and everything, and then be so against each other. I've never had that in my life where I could just turn on somebody who I was close to. I'll be disappointed if someone wronged me, but just to go to these lengths, I can't.
Yeah, like, here's the thing. When I went through my breakup and I had my daughter, I was not allowed to be in the hospital when she was born. Okay? And, like, I get it. We had some pretty bad history or whatever. When I was with her and she was about to leave me, I kind of lost my temper. I broke a door.
Don't finish your sentence. I got you. You lost your temper. Cool. Got it.
Yeah. I lost my temper. And, like, here's the thing. Like, I get that, but I never actually laid hands on my ex. I never laid hands on a woman in my life, and I never would. My mom instilled in me, the worst thing you can do is to abuse a woman, right? Like, to go to that level where you hit someone who you love. Because that's not love. That's fear and intimidation. And I never wanted to be that guy. And my dad, he fucking hit a car and shit like that. He always hit shit around him. I never wanted to be that person. So I never went to that level. But I get being aggravated to that point where, like, you want to really do something, but you know it's wrong, right? I get that. And I'm not saying it's completely like someone's completely innocent to pushing you to that point. But what defines you as a person is whether or not you take that step and you go that extra mile. And I never went there. I never, ever, and I can say this with 100% confidence, I never hit a woman in my life. And I never would. That's how I was raised. Like, to me, you are a piece of shit if you use your power to dominate over somebody else. That is totally wrong. You should never do that. But I get that frustration. And to me, like, look, if you were in that situation and like Jonathan Majors was in a limo, she was grabbing for her cell phone or whatever else. But even then, we still never got proof that he hit her or he laid hands at her at all.
He
Like,
has a witness. He has a driver willing to testify.
he has a driver. That's what I'm saying. There's no proof that this man laid a hand on his woman at all. And for that, I will stand by anybody who has gone through that aggravation, because I went through that. Like, with my ex, she took my kid and she went through the legal system, and then she got hooked on shit, and we had to do a whole nother agreement. It was a big giant fucking mess. But my point is that I went through that shit, and I know the court system is not kind to males. Let's just throw it out there. Like, look, it does not matter, white, black, green, purple, whatever the fuck. If you are a male, this is just simple truth. If you are a male, it is fucking hard as shit to prove that you are not a piece of shit in the
Or
court's
get
eyes.
custody for the
Or
children.
get custody, or get visitations, or any of that. I went through it. I paid a lawyer damn near $1,500,000 to get my daughter, to fucking prove that I have the right to see my fucking daughter. Okay? So I know this shit happens. And this is a fucking shame. Look, if Jonathan Majors was a piece of shit, I would be saying I would be spinning it the other way.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie. I would be saying, hey, fuck him. But he didn't. There's no proof.
There's only proof leaning the other way. There's only text messages of her saying, "Oh yeah, you didn't hit me. I read the little pamphlet that the police gave me. You didn't hit me." There's only evidence of her going to the club, Highlanding. There's only evidence of against her. And then we got someone on Insider who was writing an article saying the lawyer showed me some videos. It's surveillance, and you can see her getting out. We can see him getting out of the car, and she's still pulling on him, and she rips his coat. And when you combine all of these things with the club video, when we even have elevator screenshots of her going upstairs the elevator alone, he's saying he's got witnesses and like a handyman who unlocked the door to catch her, which means that the handyman can even say she was asleep and it wasn't like he was beating up on her. She was like asleep the whole night. We know solidarily Jonathan Majors is innocent.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and I'm glad that I have you on the show, because honestly, I've been on this train. Like, a lot of people are on the fence, and here's the thing: I've never been on the fence since day one. I've looked at the situation, I've assessed it, and I said, you know what, this guy's not guilty.
We have enough evidence now to get here. And I wasn't there on day one. On day one, I was, I wonder what happened. Oh, I wonder what happened in the car. Maybe he reacted to something she said, and maybe he like elbowed her. Maybe he even pushed her off. Who knows what happened in that car, because she was wailing on him for seeing a text messages from Megan Good or whatever. Like, whatever her
She
reason
even says that Phantom sounds Phantom, so the best money you could ever spend. I'm sorry, you were both put through that separation. Yeah, you know, here's the thing. I don't regret everything that happened with me and my ex, but I've learned through going through the system. You know what I mean? I've learned what it's like.
I don't think she meant going through that. Like when she said both of you, she's talking about your kid, not your ex.
Oh yeah, I mean, as far as my kid, she was so young when it happened. She doesn't know all the shit that I went through, but like, okay, so here's a real deal story. When I was with her, my daughter was just being born, and I was banned from being at the hospital. I could not be there when my daughter was born. It was the saddest fucking day of my life, March 14th, and I, you know, this guy who I didn't know was declared the father because of Wisconsin state law. If you marry the person that you're with, they're considered the biological father.
That's
Until,
outdated. That's
yeah,
crazy. Now with DNA evidence, that shouldn't be the law anymore.
yeah, in Wisconsin, if you are with somebody and you are legally married to them, they are
Yeah.
considered the father of a child unless you request a paternity test. I had to request a paternity test. I had to get the shit in writing, and then I had to go through all the courts and all that. And like, here's the thing, folks. I went through all of that, and I'll be honest with you. I almost did not want to go through all of this shit to prove that Sierra was mine. But at the end of the day, I love my daughter, and I'm so glad that I made the choice that I made. I I
You'll
talked with
get the
my
money
father.
back. All that money you spent, all that hard work, it will return. And the priceless fatherhood experience is you'll never regret.
Dude, let me tell you something. Like, my daughter's 16 right now, but like, yeah, like, okay, so let me show you this, guys. It's like, you see this bracelet? She made this for me tonight before I left. She made me this bracelet. And it's just like, dude, I'm a father. Like, she is 16. She
Wait,
is
she made me the
so
same
fucking
one.
smart.
That's
Oh, you motherfucker! No. Oh my god! Oh my god, dude, that's fucking crazy. I can't believe we have the same. Oh my god! But no, you
it's just a
motherfucker,
hair tie.
dude. I'm gonna fucking question you after the stream, anyways. Uh, no, um, it's just crazy because my daughter is so artistic and just so fucking great at what she does, and it's crazy because I think about the time I wouldn't fight for these rights because it was just so fucking hard. You know what I mean? And I think about these court cases. This is why I fight for people who've gotten fucked over,
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, I mean, so many people get railroaded and so many people get fucked by this system. And I was telling my mom this the other day. She was like, I was telling her this today. She was like, no, the fucking justice system. I go, no, mom, I went through this. The justice system is slanted towards believe all women, all this other bullshit. And like, look, women have legitimate claims, but there's a lot of circumstances where men get fucked by the system so fucking hard. And we just want to do the right thing. We want to be there for our kids. We want to fucking do what we can. And, you know, the justice system is designed in such a way where, like, my dad never paid any child support. He's a piece of shit. And he never paid any fucking child support. And he got hit later in life with it, right? And, you know, I have paid every fucking bit of what I owe to child support, except for recently I switched jobs or whatever, and they came at me like I was a criminal. And I said, yo, I have been paying for 2 or 3 years solid, right? On time, every fucking month. My payment has been there. And you guys are coming after me because I switched jobs. And there's a transitional period. You know what I mean? It's like, why am I the bad guy? And this swings back to Jonathan Majors, right? Because it's that persecution. it does not have anything to do with race. It's just circumstance. You're in this fucked up kind of bubble. You know what I mean?
I think the cops had to do a race.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
That
No,
moment, that
I
day,
I 100% agree with you,
yeah.
man.
But then
Like,
the coverage of everything else is more male bad, female good.
yeah, the coverage is the male versus female. The arrest is definitely fucking racial.
He
And
even
remember,
said that the cops are talking to themselves like they're impressed. Whoa, how is this penthouse so big? 3 floors. And okay, maybe you could be impressed by that. But then when there's like an undertone and not believing this guy and treating him like dirt, like you don't even believe he owns this place, right? That's when we start getting racial. Because what, you don't believe a man owns an expensive place, or you don't believe somebody with that skin tone owns this place?
I know, either way you slice it, that's fucking a bad look. Janie Davis says, at Mr. Zod's fan zone, at least the Supreme Court didn't tell you what your own reproductive system. Like, look, okay, here's the thing, Janie Davis. I get where you're going with that, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about it, whether you're male or female. The justice system is designed in such a way where any way you slice it, it's you're guilty until proven innocent. And that's not how it was supposed to be designed. It's innocent until proven guilty.
But it's
Like,
female until proven male. I guess.
yeah, and that's the thing. It should not be that way. It should be male, female. You get a fair fucking trial. That's just the proof. Like, look, here's the thing. OJ, black, white, y'all knew he was guilty. Fuck you if you tell me he's not. He was fucking guilty. He wrote a book about how he was guilty. That shit, he was fucking guilty, okay? And, like, you know what I mean? Like, things are made racial that shouldn't be racial. Things are made male or female that shouldn't be racial. By law, okay? And I'm fucking taking this from Daredevil. I don't give a shit. But by law, justice should be blind. It shouldn't be race. It shouldn't be sex. It should be evidence. And you guys who have followed me for a really fucking long time know I'm big on evidence, right? Evidence should prove. Like, look, when I was in the military, everybody says that martial law and all this shit, right? Have you been around for that shit where they say, "Oh, the military should take over," or whatever, right? But here's the thing about military law. We do not take that into account. There is a tribunal and you will be fucked. Okay? Tribunals are not the way to fucking court civilians.
Mhm.
That's just that military and civilian life should be separate. And when I came back after serving my country, I had to readjust to civilian law. And that's a thing that military personnel goes through. And maybe I'm divulging a lot of shit because I'm like a little bit drunk, but like honestly, I'm
Allow me to be
speaking.
your filter. If something ever goes sour, I'm gonna shut you up.
But like, I think we can both agree, military law should not be instituted for
anything.
anything.
Like,
Yeah,
you got to have a lot of like circumstances. There got to be a kidnapping. There's got to be a like
trade towers
fuck
blowing up,
there.
all sorts of shit.
Yeah. There's got to be mass murders and vigilante who goes dirty. I don't know. It's got to be some comic book stuff.
Yeah, like you gotta have some shit for military law to happen. And here's the deal: I love this country, but I would never suggest that it would be under government law.
You know what?
Because
I disagree, Zod. During COVID, I would have loved for one city to just lock down with the most extreme measures so we could see what happens, because then we could compare. Well, you see what they did over there in the city of Boston. Boston, they got really protective, and then we'll see like a month later, all the cases are exactly the same, and then we'll be like, see?
Yeah, dude, like what they call COVID bullshit. Oh my God, we have to have it. We would have to have an entirely separate stream about that because I'm sure we feel the same way.
I guess we
That
do.
was
Yeah.
a bunch of bullshit.
I mean, at the first time, at the beginning, I was drinking the Kool-Aid. Maybe like 3-4 weeks later, I was like, oh, okay, yeah.
Dude, to be honest with you, I never got a fucking shot.
No,
Not
me
once.
either.
Yeah. So you understand, like,
Yeah, because they were like, you have to go to the movie theaters and the gym to have to take the shot. I guess I'm not going to a movie theater. And I thought, like, I've been to restaurants that would ask me, and I would say no, and I would leave. And you could see how effing upset that these businesses were for enforcing some sort of law that there would be no way of proving whether or not they're, letting me in or not. But they just turned down business. And I love the way I made some of these guys feel. I probably done it 6-7 times where I would go into a restaurant and get declined. Other people will let you, and then turn the other way, don't even look, don't ask questions, because it's not like the shot prevented spread. I know we said we're not going to get into it. Let's rewind. We talk about military law.
You know what, Chill. If you're down for it, one day we have to have a
Sure.
talk about this COVID thing, because I think me and you have the same fucking points on this, because I felt the exact same way. Like, look, I got 10 fucking shots in the military. Let me tell you something. When I got my peanut butter shot, that's what they call it, peanut butter.
I thought I misheard you. Peanut butter shot, huh?
Yeah, dude, I got this big ass needle in my ass cheek. Okay, just bear with me. I got a big ass needle in my right ass cheek. It was called the peanut butter shot. Dude, I never got sick. I never got any fucking thing when I got out for at least a year after I got the shot. I don't know what the fuck they put in me. I might have cancer. Who the fuck knows?
I
But
bet.
I'll tell you right now, I never got anything.
It's an acronym. Every letter stands for something. And peanut butter, they said.
Yeah, peanut butter. I don't know what the fuck the acronym is. I didn't want to know. I can tell you right now, I couldn't sleep on my left ass cheek. It was right in my ass, right in the fat or whatever. And they shot me up with that fucking shot. It was the most painful fucking shot you'll ever get. Anybody who's been in the service knows what I'm talking about when I say the peanut butter shot. Dude, I never fucking got a cold. I never got the sniffles. The only thing I got was stomach viruses. I don't know why. I still got them. But anything else, I never got fucking sick. At all. Flu, anything. COVID, when COVID hit, my bitchy, she got COVID. I was down with her in the same space. We kissed. We shared a bed. I never got COVID, dude. Explain to me how I never got COVID.
There was another virus that was SARS-CoV-1, I think, not CoV-2, but there was another version of it. And if you had antibodies for that, you could take care of the one that's popular now.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. I honestly think it's a bunch of bullshit. Look at who benefited from this.
Didn't we
shit.
say we weren't going to do this? That's a separate stream. Let's close this one out.
Yeah, that's a separate stream. But anyways,
but finish your military point. You did say if things went into martial law that you would be against it, and I just said I'd be for it for my reason.
No, I'd be against it because with martial law, here's the truth. With martial law, one, there's no courts. There's tribunals. I went to a tribunal. I fucked up and I got into a fucked situation. I had a tribunal. And there's one person who represents you. You stand in front of a bunch of chiefs, commanders, shit like that, right? And they decide your fate. This is not amongst your peers. This is not a equal thing where you can have a jury to kind of, you know what I mean? Like a lawyer who will defend you and things like that. who will kind of influence and help out, just like hardened military generals who don't give a fuck about any of that, right? So you're sitting here with a tribunal. You have a NSA lawyer who's like a military naval lawyer kind of thing, or whoever. There's different military has different like lawyers.
Yeah.
And you get one person to defend your case. And you're sitting up there and there's 4 or 5 people who decide your fate. I do not agree with this, because here's the problem. When you have like hardened military leaders who don't have that kind of humanity to them, they're going to look at the cold hard truth that might not exactly be the situation, right? They don't bend, they don't see things in a different kind of light. And to me, subjecting people to that militaristic kind of standard doesn't work. Like, there are different situations and different circumstances that dictate what happens in a particular situation. Not everything is black and white. I've learned this being in the military. There's a shade of gray. And trying to frame everything in a black and white setting, like a hard-nosed setting, doesn't work. Especially with civilians. You don't know the situation that they're in. But the military doesn't care about that. They care about just basic shit that might not be exactly the truth. People can fabricate evidence. People can plant shit. It's fallible. To me, no matter how flawed our justice system is, there is the reasonable doubt. And the military doesn't look at that. You know what I'm saying? They don't look at reasonable doubt. It's just cold, hard facts. And I mean, if you haven't served, you don't understand how cold and hard they are. But if you have served, you know what I'm talking about. They just look at
Clip
A.
that.
Yeah, you just look at A and B and you don't see C or D. You just look at cold, hard facts. And that's not always the case. Shit can be fabricated. You can lie. You can make somebody look guilty who's innocent. And I don't believe in that. I serve this country because I love this country. Hey, look. You can say that, but that's what I believe. I believe in the fucking. I believe in what the American dream is supposed to stand for. I believe you or me should have that. Dude, you're a fucking awesome dude. You should have every opportunity that I have.
I think
It
on
should not.
paper it is that way, but in practice,
Yeah.
there's a couple of people who will take liberties. Any room for subjectivity, there gets to a bias, which hurts.
And that's the thing. I don't believe in that bias. I don't believe that somebody should have that kind of fucking bias when making a decision. And maybe I'm naive. You know what I mean? And I've been in Black Ops and I know how this shit works, but me, I'm biased. Because I have
It's
to
ops
fucking
of
believe.
color, actually.
I have to believe.
Oh, he didn't get that.
No, I got it.
Oh, it just wasn't funny. Okay.
No, motherfucker, I got it. But I have to believe that we are elevated above this. You know what I mean? I serve this country. I watched fucking people die. My best friend got a bullet to the head on an op that I should have been on. I got malaria. I got sick. and my best friend took my place. And I have to believe that what I did mattered, because when you lose that, it's like, what's the fucking point? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I have to believe what I did mattered, and I have to believe that what you're talking about and what we talk about on these streams, it matters. You know what? It affects people. Even, look, I got 5 people watching. If 5 people listen to what we're saying and filter it in, and based on what they believe or whatever else, right? And they trust in what we're saying, I have to believe what we're saying matters. Because if it doesn't, what the fuck was the point? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck was the point of what I did? I love this country. I love it for its imperfections, and I love it for black, white, Asian, whatever the fuck. I love this country. It's not subjected to one race. It's subjected to everybody contributing to making this country what it is. And if we don't pull together, and if we don't call out this bullshit, I feel sometimes like, what the fuck was the point? You know what I mean?
If we don't live together, we're gonna die alone.
There's a great quote, and it's from The Dark Knight. And you know, I love fucking Batman, whatever. Fuck you, I like DC. And he says, either you die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. That is such a fucking, like, strong quote, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is some profound shit, because it's true, right? You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain. Because, like, you become so jaded and so fucked to the way the world is. And I have to believe that people are smart enough to understand what we're saying, you know? Like, people get it, and they listen to us and they go, yeah, you know, like, look, me and Chillmonger are not here to tell you how to live your life. We're grown adults. You're grown adults. You believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. We're just here to open your mind to the possibility of something different. That's
all.
it. Yeah, that's it. That's all.
And if
We
you're
want.
willing to listen, great. And if you're still disagreeing with some of these Jonathan Majors takes and everything else we discussed, that's fine too.
Yeah,
But
like,
thank you for hearing me out.
I thank you for listening to our evidence, because at the end of the day, people are going to make their choices based on what they believe. And that's just the hard truth. And we're getting on 4 hours, and I was just making a fucking update stream. So here we are.
Updated.
I'm glad Chillmonger joined us. Chillmonger, before we close out, what do you got coming up? What's on your streams? What do you got?
In a few hours from now, because I'm not going to go to sleep, 1 p.m. Eastern, I'll be live streaming and talking about The Secret Invasion. So I'll rewatch that sometime between now and then so I can get a proper take on it. It wasn't that long, so I'll just give it a look and talk about Everett Ross and surprising Don Cheadle and everyone else. Yeah. I can't believe they killed the character that they killed. I actually don't believe that it's real, because something that consequential can't have happened on a TV show. No way.
Dude, I don't believe it either. You know what? If you send me a link, I might fucking join. It depends on when I have to get up, but yeah, send me the link. I definitely would love to come and talk to you about that, because I have a lot of fucking issues with the first episode of Secret Invasion. I have a lot of issues, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have a lot of confidence in this fucking series that's being presented by Disney Plus. I don't know how you feel, but
I'm the same way. It's a Disney Plus series, and a lot of these, like Moon Knight, haven't really equaled to anything. A lot of these shows are just happening. So yeah, I feel the same way.
Dude, I'll be honest with you, Moon Knight, I liked until like the last couple of episodes, and this is the problem I have with Disney Plus series. They start out strong, but the end of the episodes are shit. I defended Miss Marvel. I think, I strongly believe this. I think that chick who plays Miss Marvel, she's a great actress. I'm just gonna say it. She was fucking likable.
Hmm.
Look at Brie Larson and then look at her. Like, dude, she's a very likable actress. I like how she had that. Have you seen Diary of a Wimpy Kid?
I think so.
Okay, the art style that they chose for Miss Marvel
Oh
was
yeah.
very reminiscent of Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I love that movie. So I was down for it, but I think the last couple of episodes fucked over the good start that they had. And this is the problem we have with Marvel series. They drop the ball at the very end of the series. Like, it's spectacular. I've never seen a site that fucks up the ending every fucking time. To dude, have you seen?
Hawkeye. And they had it at Moon Knight
Yeah.
when he fades away into black and goes to sleep, and all of a sudden he wakes up and the villain is defeated. And I'm like,
Oh my god,
this is the
dude,
last episode. That's not cute anymore.
dude, and here's the thing. I love the fact that he killed the guy at the end of the series because I've read the comics and I get it. That was his personality, the assassin or whatever. Like, I get what they were going for, but I feel like it was conveyed thematically very fucking terribly. And Ethan Hawke, how the fuck are you gonna kill Ethan Hawke? Dude, he was the most compelling part of that series.
But he only
And
signed for one series.
oh my god, like, dude, how do they fucking kill off every good fucking villain that they have?
I know. And I would get into this, but we're 4 hours in, and I want to
Yeah,
leave.
yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Like, dude, oh my god, we could go on another tangent about that. Like, dude, Ethan Hawke, man. How the fuck do you kill Ethan Hawke at the end of your series? Anyways, dude, I'm gonna have you on for another talk. We're gonna go. We
Subscribe to
gotta dive.
Killmonger. Thank you for having me. I'm
What do you
Jonathan.
got coming up?
I'm
What?
gonna do the stream on Saturday, 1 p.m. And then, well, if Jonathan Majors has an update or something like that, I'll talk about it. If the DA drops the case, I'll talk about that. What else do I want to talk about? If you become a channel member, you'll hear a little bit more of my comic book stuff. That's the only place I'll talk about it, just because I'm not releasing a comic book this year, right? The things are so far into development that I'm not going to talk about it on my public show. And then what else am I doing? I'll talk about some comic book, Ultimate Invasion. If you read the Black Panther comic book, you should probably be subscribed to me because I like covering the Black Panther, and that's like the only comic book character I've been caring about recently. I'm gonna do the Avengers as well. I'm gonna think about what Jonathan Hickman is writing because he's a huge writer. I'm very into my Jonathans, as you can tell, Majors Hickmans. That's my channel, bro. So if you don't know me, now you know me. Thank you.
And by the way, go subscribe to Shellmonger because he says Chillmonger, but I kind of associate it with Killmonger, so I guess that's why we get along. Look at hey, look, you should be honored. Like,
You're calling me a
Killmonger's
villain.
my bro. That's my
Fine.
dude.
All right. I'm a villain. I'm Michael C. Jordan.
No, let's be real. Michael B. Jordan, yo, that's the man. I love what he's done as far as everything and, like, trying to help the black community. Like, Michael B. Jordan he's cool in my books. But look, yo, check out Chillmonger. He's got great content. It's why I invited him on my show. Chillmonger is just that guy. Like, seriously, look at that fucking thumbs up and whatever, the smile. Anyways, check out Chillmonger. I love it. I love having him on. As far as it's going, I had an update, and here's the deal. I'm doing a full breakdown on the show Barry. I want to talk about how that show actually frames an anti-hero. Barry, to me, I love the Sopranos, but I want to do a comparison video between that and Breaking Bad. I feel like Breaking Bad glorified Walter White, whereas Barry showed the reality of a hitman who tries to change his life. And the fucking show is wild. I love Barry. I love the season final. I'm going to go through seasons 1 through 4 and tell you why you should watch that show. I'm going to do a stream on Yellowstone. Me and PB will do a watch along with everybody on the channel. Yellowstone's a great fucking show. Dude, this guy, Sheraton Taylor, who makes Yellowstone, this dude has made a bunch of series that are hits. Like, you need to watch his stuff. Like, he's made fucking Tulsa King. He's done 1883. He's making 666. Like, this dude makes shit that does not fail. Check out Sheraton Taylor. I love Yellowstone. I love the whole universe. I'm going to be doing a review on that. I'm also going to be doing more, late night talks. Tonight was kind of like PB had to go to sleep. I'm glad Chillmonger came on here. Thank you. I hate talking to myself, so that was great. And thank you everybody who came on here. I really appreciate you. I love you. So much fucking love. We did a 4-hour stream. I only planned to stream for a fucking hour. So PB was right. He was like, dude, you're gonna stream and you're not gonna fucking get off forever. But thank you. I love you guys, and I will see you next Friday. So check out the late night talks. We will talk about all of this relevant shit. And go subscribe to Chillmonger. He's that dude. Go check out moviepalettes.com. If you don't know, if you don't put in promo code Zone15, you get 15% off all purchases. And moviepalette.com, they do great stuff. If you guys look at, hold on, I don't know if you can see that beautiful movie palette up there, but that is National Treasure 2. And here's the thing. National Treasure 2 is one of my favorite movies because Nick Cage is in it. And I love Nick Cage. And that movie palette shows all of the colors that are in the movie. So Movie Palette is unique because they put barcodes for every movie, like the movie colors that they use. So you see Jaws or whatever, they will put the colors in barcode form onto a palette that they send to you. So go check out moviepalette.com. They've been sponsoring that channel. They're fucking awesome. I love them, and thank you very much, moviepalette.com, for sponsoring the Phantom Zone. I appreciate you, and go support them, because when you support them, then you support your favorite movie villain. So, cheers. Anyways, thank you very much. Have a night, and remember, here in the Phantom Zone, there is only one rule: kneel before General Zod. I was gonna end it. I thought